Yeah, perfect. It's showing. Fantastic. So I'll go ahead and gavel us in. All right, Board of Education, Lake Community College Ad Hoc Committee on Policy Review will now be called into order. Joe, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair, Austin Flynn,
Here.
Zach Mullen,
Here.
and Kevin Altucker is absent.
Kevin Altucker is excused. Thankfully, he has a wonderful family event that he will be attending to. So he is excused. All right, we'll be moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Because of the fact that we have two individuals here rather than the full three, is there any objection to the adoption of the agenda? All right. Seeing none for the abstentions through acclamation, we'll go ahead and approve the adoption of the agenda. I will need a motion though for the approval of the meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to approve the meeting minutes or review and approve them? Would you mind doing a motion and I'll go ahead and second it? Last. Excellent. I'll second that. Any discussion, any edits? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, Joe, for the meeting minutes.
Yes, Zach Mullen. Yes. Austin Flynn.
Here, yes.
And of course, Kevin Altucker.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Meeting minutes have been approved. All right. We'll now turn it over to Debbie to help with the facilitation of the meeting here. And well, one last thing in regards to this action item or this agenda item is just review of committee members' questions and inputs. We have, according to the website, just Kevin Altucker's information requests, but I also wanted to note the different documents, including documents presented by board member Matt Holland and myself, which was a review of some additional policies from different community colleges per our homework, as well as ORSs and applicable laws and rules applicable to certain policies that we're going to be discussing today. Any questions or comments in regards to the information provided, information requested, and answers to those? Give a little bit of time here for people to review that before we go into the discussion piece. Excellent, perfect. Okay. All right, so Debbie, I think we can now go into the facilitated conversations around core policies 2210, 2211, 2340, and 4350.
Can we just talk a little bit about Kevin's question about what weight should the committee give to ACCT and OCCA's model policies when deciding whether Lang's existing language should be retained, revised, or replaced? I kind of think we need to, my answer was, you know, what I would say, but I think we need to talk about that because the committee really needs to agree on it. That, not my opinion, okay? And I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but ACCTs are not recommendations. They are not policy or just policies that have been given to ACCT to include in the library. So they're great examples and resources for colleges to use, but they're not, we are not saying they've been reviewed by attorneys for your state law or your national or even national law. They are college samples. However, Oregon Community College Association's model policies are model policies based on federal law and Oregon law. And so my response was that those were the ones that I would think Oregon community colleges would be looking at for direction. Is there, do we agree on that, or is there a difference of opinion, or?
So I'll jump in. Yeah. I think generally we want to look to the OCCA policies for guidance. But I don't think that we should necessarily automatically adopt them word for word and sort of rubber stamp them in that way. I think we have a long history at the college of how we're governed here locally. I think it also makes sense to look at other Oregon community colleges and how they differ from OCCA so that we can get a sense of the lay of the land and where we think that we should fall within that lay of the land within Oregon. And I think it also makes sense to look at best practices from other institutions, whether that be local government, other governments, or the private sector for what they do. In terms of how they manage their board president relations.
And I think if I can respond, all of that makes sense based on what OCCA itself says. Because in the Oregon Community Colleges Association, if I can just say OCCA,
Of course.
in their policies, wherever there's room for, you know, local level past practice or procedures that have been in place, they say this is up to the college. The college can put this in. When it's based on law and it's required, it has the language that should be required. So I think they leave a lot of flexibility within their policies when there is flexibility. And in their FAQs, I'm sure you guys read those, but just to point out, they say that where you change, they encourage colleges to make the policies their own, but they say where you do change actual language, it should be looked at by an attorney just to make sure that you're not inadvertently going against law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely,
Does that
yeah.
make sense?
100%, yeah, and just in regards to speaking to your question. Yeah, the associations seem to have a desire not to essentially have a top-down, like you're gonna do what we tell you to do type of thing. They do provide that service of providing, you know, hey, this is suggestions, these are recommendations, these are best practices, this is what we've seen that works, and so forth. So I see that from ACCT, I see that from OCCA. I also have seen that from the Northwest Commission too, that, you know, they want to empower local boards to be empowered in their governance, because we are elected by the people. Our district is created by the people. The point of it is to serve the interest of the people that of the district. So, and that's where I feel like a lot of these policies kind of intertwine around, yes, the concept of that the governance and the elected people and that the people of this district are front and foremost. The laws of this state, specifically around the ORS is in 341.290, which talks about general powers of special districts in the state of Oregon, also reflect a desire of the citizenry to have a say or to be a part of the process or to have their elected officials be a part of the process in determining various aspects of the board policies we're going to be talking about today.
Within law.
Within law, exactly, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so do we want to start with the do 2210
Yeah.
it is on the agenda?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I'll go ahead and start the timer for discussion. Although I'm going to rather loose on a little bit, I'll loose on the time since we are a little bit ahead of schedule here, which is good. So yeah, board policy 2210. Should we take just a minute here just to review it really quick, just to make sure that we're all on the same page? And then we can go into discussion.
So right now we're talking about BP 2210, but really this is our agenda, right?
Oh, let's see, 2210 is Board of Education Officers, yeah, and this is going to be roles and responsibilities of the chairperson, vice chair, and so forth. But yeah, it can go into a little bit of oh yeah, so it's board policies in regards to the board chair, the president's role as the secretary of the board, and yeah, and vice chair as well.
So, as far as I'm aware, there's really one issue of disagreement between these three policies.
see,
That's really what we can get.
and I guess that's my question too, is this subcommittee just looking at these for the areas of disagreement? Or are you looking at them holistically to see if you have recommendations to the board for any other changes? Is it just really,
I think first and foremost, we need to focus on resolving the issues at hand. if there are other things that arise up out of that discussion that we should
Okay.
address, then great. But for the time being, given, you know, time constraints and just mental constraints, I think just
Okay,
focusing on like, let's just resolve the problems at hand, and then, you know, if other things come up, we can resolve those.
and you have a process in place for just a regular review where you can look at other things?
Right,
Okay.
they're all being, I think it's required by law every 7 or 8. So 7-ish years, but we're on a faster review than that, we're doing it every 5,
Okay,
so
great.
we have maybe 5 or 6 board policies we review every month.
Okay.
And that's on a process to get us through that.
Mhm.
And these are just, you know, I know there's 2 specific areas where there's been
Mhm.
disagreements between board members on exactly where the lines of authority and process lie. And so the ability of us to get through those kind of most contentious issues, I think, is what will serve us as a board.
Okay,
And, you know, sort of general discussions about these things are, because the only issue I have is between 2340 and 2211 B, or B, part D. So,
2211, what?
part B, so specifically
Okay,
the
so,
chairperson's role in relation to agenda setting. The 2211 and 2340 can be interpreted to be contradictory,
mhm.
and that that's really where the contention has arisen.
So then in that case, we're pretty much talking about 2210, 2211, and 2340 in the same
Yeah,
breath, right?
because, yeah.
If we're just dealing with that issue.
I mean, I think the idea is that at one time there was this idea, should we incorporate 2211 into 2210? So that the duties of the chairperson that are laid out in 2210 contain everything from 2211,
Mhm.
and that we don't lose anything from there. The last time that there was, you know, we talked about doing this, the 2 things that were at issue was, does the chair still maintain their agenda setting authority? And is the chair still the empowered to speak on behalf of the board to outside parties in announcing board state positions and stating chair decisions and interpretations within the area?
Okay. And just from my review, that the consideration of eliminating 2211 is in line with OCCA, which doesn't have a 2211. They incorporate everything into 2210.
Mhm.
And it does seem unnecessarily repetitive to have a board policy that describes the duties of the chair and then another policy that prescribes the duties of the chair.
Yeah, I think I'm following. The 2210 and 2211 have things that are repetitive.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's the case. So, but I think at its heart, the question is, what is the chair's role in agenda setting? And let's not lose that in the translation process between one to the other.
Okay. So. I'm gonna ask this. Yeah, does the chair of the board really wanna do the agenda for the board meetings?
It's important for governance, it's important
It's-
for governance,
It's
yeah.
not in the OCCA's recommendation. That language is that the board president and then in consideration, I mean. Consultation with the chair because, and from the perspective just of. I don't know that how a board chair could know enough about everything that's going on with the college. Because most of the agenda is not just board issues, is it? Or is it?
I mean, I think this isn't about whether the chair takes the lead role in developing the agenda. I think it's who has the final say. That there are certain times and places where the board chair in their role in, you know, whether it's slowing things down slightly, speeding things up a little bit. There are certain occasions when the needs of the board and the desires of the president differ. And in those cases, the board needs to be able to add items to the agenda that it believes are timely and relevant. And so from my perspective, the elected board elects their chair and empowers that person to help the board be effective. And one of the most basic authorities of the chair across most institutions that I've seen is in fact setting the agenda. I believe that's the best practice from private sector. And in my review of other community colleges qualitatively, there are other community colleges that clearly state that the chair is the agenda setting authority. It has that final authority. There are other colleges that have a 3-member executive team. Well, it's a 4-member team with president as a non-voting member. So
Community colleges that you're talking about?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that, but I definitely think that it's the board's meeting. Okay, so it's a meeting of the board in public to conduct the business of the college, right? And to give approval and weigh in on issues and give information that you need to make decisions. So the chair definitely needs to be involved in the agenda setting. I don't think there's any question about it. And it sounds like you agree that the actual drafting of the agenda, I mean, it takes weeks to get all that information together. I don't think the chair has time for that, right? So you're not saying the chair like drafts the agenda or pulls the information together. That's all on the college and the president of the college.
Yeah, well, it's discussion. The important part is the discussion too, right? So the board chair also is a part of the discussions of like, these topics that are coming up or have come up. Might need to be covered in a future board meetings because of a variety of different factors, including gathering of information and so forth. And so the board chair isn't responsible for getting all the information together and getting certain pieces together, but it is responsible to have that conversation and to determine if there is some significant issue.
Yeah.
In fact, I could stop, I could stop if necessary. I
want to hear, but I just feel like the president has to be involved in this because it's talking about the role of
Eating in
the president and the board. So yeah, no, please go on, because that's important.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And obviously setting the agenda is a part of an important piece of governance, as well as what is the final draft of what that is.
And it sounds like there's been some issues that have led to an issue with this, right? I mean, something happened that causes.
yeah, I mean, just to go back, a year and a half, there was a disagreement around where the final authority lay, and it led to an argument that has been very publicly reported on. And
So I went.
so there's been disagreements in the past. It led to an argument in the past. And that I think that clarity is important.
Okay.
That whoever is our elected chair, we empower that person to help run board meetings. And from my perspective, I think that should include the agenda setting authority, to have that sort of final hand on the lever to say, yes, this looks right. I'm prepared to run this meeting on behalf of the board. And in rare circumstances, I think that the board needs the ability to add things to the agenda, and the chair is the conduit through which they are able to do that. So I think it's just setting our chair and our president up for success. It's really good that they both know where their authorities lie, and so that they can, have that proper role recognition and respect for the roles that each play. And that if both the president and the chair think that they are the final authority on something, that is setting them up for conflict. And that is something that we want to avoid to the greatest extent possible.
And what is your process now for the board members adding items to the agenda?
Mhm.
What is the process?
Currently, would you like to?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
There's two processes.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. One process is at the end of a board meeting, if there is agreement amongst 3 board members in a public meeting that this should be an agenda topic that should be brought up in the future. That is a way that could be brought up either in a next meeting or a future meeting. So during like comments and question time period, which is towards the end of the board meeting, or heck, even during the board meeting, they could indicate to table a topic that's being discussed currently. Maybe there's additional information about that topic that's being discussed that might have to be a separate either discussion and or an action item. There are discussion items that lead to an action item that would have to be done in a future board meeting and or as future scheduled board meeting. But yeah, essentially that concept that there is 3 board members that are communicating in a public meeting interest in a topic to be addressed. And a common thing that's stated by a board chair is that I will work with the president to move that forward in the next agenda. Do you want to discuss the other?
Well, I think there's actually 2 ways, and that's the sense. So the
Yeah.
first is any board member can request the board chair to add an item to the agenda.
Yeah.
And that from my understanding in our board operating agreements that we all agreed to a year ago.
Yeah.
Was that was the standard process, is that any board member either in writing or during a public meeting could request a item be added to the agenda.
And there's no review to make sure that there's not issues with that request or.
My understanding is that the chair is the one that is the decider effectively of whether or not a request gets added to the agenda.
And without communication with the
No,
president.
that goes to the conversation at the next agenda setting meeting.
The president and the chair would consult. on it.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but it would be the chair, this is, yes, this gets on the agenda. Doesn't necessarily say when, but yes, it does end up on the agenda, or no, it does not. And then board members have the like the backup effectively, that if the chairperson for whatever reason denies their request, that they can get a subset of the board to force an item onto the agenda through having a 3-member non-quite majority place an item to the agenda.
So that makes sense because Robert's rules, I mean, I think you probably basically wants to protect the rights of a minority as well as the rights of the majority. So that process makes sense. Is that written in your procedure somewhere? Like that's how you get an item on the agenda?
My recollection is that we all agreed to that in spring of 24. Spring of 24.
I'll go ahead and pull it up.
Revisited. Yeah, so all of that is consistent. I think, there's just a little different way of thinking about how not just things get on the agenda, say that, but potential, we'll call it a check with the board chair and the president's conversation. There's also, if the board by a majority wants to override that, then there's an opportunity for that. We've had both instances, honestly. We've had both instances where board members will say, no, I want to have this on the agenda. Do I have others who want to join me in that? And then you can get something on the agenda. I wonder if the conversation though is really about what the board's business is. I think one of the things that you said, Debbie, is that the board meetings to conduct the business of the college. And I wonder in what I'm hearing today is if there are different definitions of what the business of the college is and who sets that agenda of what the college's business is. You could say, well, the president's goals are the college's business. The president's goals, for example, are the college's business. So you could say that other matters, advocacy are the college's business. But it seems to me that there are some philosophical, you call them disagreements, then it's more philosophical. And that's where the struggle is coming through in lack of clarity on these policies with respect to who has the final say. There's a struggle there, tension. And I think it's about the understanding or the agreement, I guess, about what the business of the college really is. When you say that the board,
It's the
Meaning-
business of the board in public as it relates to the college. I mean, the reason the board's here is for the college, but it is the business of the board as it relates to the college. Yes.
and who sets the agenda for what the business of the college is? Who sets that agenda? There are, and you know, it walks into that operational matters. I'm sorry, Zach, you're, am I,
I'm thinking, just.
oh, you're thinking, okay. So, cause I wanna stop if you disagree with me, I wanna just stop here and get your thoughts on what I'm saying, cause you seem to have a reaction to what I'm saying, so just wanted to stop and get what that reaction is.
I mean, I think there's this idea of philosophical difference, but I don't know if that's, and maybe that gets at it, but you know, the board, in terms of like a decision-making hierarchy, right? At the very top is voters, right? And then we have the board, who then hires the president, who then institutes the bill at college. And the large majority of the time, I don't think this isn't gonna be an issue. But there are a handful of times when the interests of the college president and the interests of the board may differ. And the board, on behalf of the community, needs to be able to talk about things that it needs to talk about. Even if the president doesn't want us talking about those things. You know, to take it to its hypothetical extreme, there are times that a board has to discuss a president's performance and potentially sanction a president based upon their performance. And the board needs to be able to talk about those things. And that means that the board chair needs to be able to call special meetings at which the president might not even be allowed to join that meeting. They need to set the agenda for that meeting, they need to perform that discussion, and they need to be able to move forward the board's will on behalf of the board. And I think that both the chair and the board president need to respect each other in their roles. And I absolutely think the president should take the lead role in developing the agenda and saying, you know, these are the things I think we need to talk about. But I also think that the board chair, on behalf of the board, on behalf of the community at large, needs to be able to say, I think we need to slow down, I think we need to speed up, I think we need to add this item. If a board member requests an item get added to the agenda, I think that's the chairperson's role to decide whether or not it should get added to the agenda. Certainly, they should consult with the president, but I don't think we should give the president veto authority over what the board is allowed to talk about. So philosophically, based upon democratic governance, I believe that the board chair, on behalf of the board, on behalf of the public, needs to be able to have a say over what is on the board's agenda and what they're going to talk about. And just as the board chair previously, if I'm going to run a meeting, I would like to agree with what's on the agenda and feel like I can properly facilitate that meeting. Whereas if there's something that's on the agenda that doesn't belong there, or the board's not ready for, or the prep work hasn't been done, we're setting ourselves up for failure. So, you know, that's where I'm coming from, and I think that the chair's role as the democratically elected leader of the democratically elected board should be respected, and that this should be part of it.
So I think we should capture this, that what I hear, I just wanna check in, is that what you believe is that there's no veto authority by the president if there's disagreement between the president and the chair about something that should go on the agenda. That's what I hear. No veto authority by the president if there is a disagreement between the president and the board chair. That's what I hear. The reason I'm saying this is because I think clarity in the board policies is what we're getting at. We have two policies. One is 2210 that comes from the OCCA library. And then we have 2211. 2211 is formerly board policy 320 coming from the old policy library. One says consulting, the president consults with the chair. The other one says that the president has the chair has authority or something like that.
There's two,
On
of
the
them. One is developed and
agenda.
one is set.
On the agenda. For what it's worth, so that's what I heard, is no veto authority by the president if there is disagreement. And I wanna make sure that we talk about that, because if that is going to be your recommendation to the board, then I just wanted us to be clear on that. And then I'll have something after Austin.
Well, how do we want to treat the agenda, as an administrative property or a government property? Because as everyone here knows, the board is legally accountable for the college. It possesses the, if anything happens, it's on the board essentially. We have liabilities for the actions of what's happening. And so, yeah, so if that's the case.
But it's
if-
not, I mean, I have to.
Oh,
I
if,
have to interject here. The person who loses their job is the president. If there's anything that happens that's wrong at the college.
Okay.
So the president's also responsible for everything that you're saying, and even I would have to say. Your expectations of your president are they're out in the community also, right? Involved and listening to what the community is saying about the college, isn't that's usually a part of a president's profile, is that not here?
I would like to ask my question that I was trying to finish. I don't know if that is okay.
Yeah, but I just, when you ask a question with a premise that's wrong.
I think his premise, respectfully, I think his premise is that if HEC or NWCCU, specifically HEC, or the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, we are subject to sanction by those groups,
Right,
including financial sanction. So if a board process goes sideways and, for example, is not conducted in an open, transparent way, and there's a complaint to OJEC, we are all subject to that complaint.
and the president is also subject.
Not to OJEC laws.
No, but to the board and to the community and to accreditation standards.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is
And to
correct.
state law, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just don't want it to seem like we're saying that. And the board has authority over the president, so the board hires and fires and evaluates the president, so. I don't think we have a question, I just didn't want it to seem like we are agreeing that that's mutually exclusive to the board, I think you're responsible and so is the president,
Okay,
okay?
understood. It brings back my question though, is the agenda an administrative property or a government's property?
According to your own, OCCA, it's a shared responsibility.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah, go on, Austin.
Yeah.
It's okay. I apologize. I feel like I'm being interrupted regularly, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Conversation, so it's probably a
I thought
difference
it
of
was-
perception. In having a conversation, but if you would like for us to wait until you finish, then please give us a signal.
Oh, no. I want to empower others as my role as chair here. So yes, please continue.
No, you were finishing.
I thought you asked the question,
Yeah.
you wanted us to answer, I'm sorry if you think I interrupted you, because I did the first time, because I wanted to just clarify a point, but this time, I thought you were finished.
We're in discussion. We're in
Okay.
discussion. Go ahead.
All I was saying is that it's a shared responsibility according to CCA, is
Well-
that not do you guys not agree with that?
I think historically at this college, the chair has had the agenda setting authority. as far as I know, into the beginning of the institution, the chair had that authority.
And it is what is written in your 2211.
Right.
And so there is, I agree, there's a conflict between the 2211.
And, right, and so, you know, I think in practice, the president should absolutely take the lead role in developing the agenda. But then from my perspective, I believe that it's a holdover. The original policy is that the chair would have the final say in setting the agenda. That I thought that was really important. There are other community colleges where that's the case. So. Specifically, Central Oregon Community College, the board chair sets the agenda. There are other colleges where there's a multiple member, it's a 3-member executive team, and then that's the president and the 4th non-voting member. Where there's a 3-member executive team that sets the agenda. I'm open to that as well. I prefer the strong chair model. But, there are other Oregon community colleges that clearly show that the board chair is the final authority or this 3-member body. And that there are processes for other board members to get things added to the agenda through that chair or around the chair if the chair doesn't approve of it. And that, we should potentially look to those other colleges as well. The board policy 2340, which we adopted based on the agenda setting process that we based upon an OCCA recommendation. I think that delegated authority still needs to be subject to the authority of the chair and having the final say. We can decide on something different from that, but I think that's what it says currently. And that policy from OCCA 2340 is relatively new. So it's only 6 years old, something like that, from when they adopted it, and I think they might have gotten it wrong. I don't think that it is in alignment with best practices from other governing bodies or from private business, where in most organizations that I've seen that have both a board chair and a president, the board chair does have final authority over board agendas. Specifically because there are cases where board agendas and
Just to
president
clarify,
objections don't match.
you're talking about other community colleges, because you said boards in other organizations, or are you talking?
Well, I mean, specifically within Oregon, there are other community colleges where there are other community colleges in Oregon where the chair is the clear final authority on agenda setting, such as Central Oregon Community Colleges.
Let's bring that one up. I wanna just look at their language, because it must differ from OCCA.
Yeah,
Okay,
there are other community colleges where there are multiple member teams, such as Clackamas and Lynn Bend.
Yeah, and I don't think it's OCC's position to essentially direct
no,
its community colleges to go a specific way. It's obviously, as we were stating from the beginning, those are recommendations. And yeah.
the way I understood it was they felt the language in consultation with the chair meant that it wasn't finalized until the chair and the president agreed. Is that not?
But it suggests that the chair's role is merely to be consulted by the president. And that the president has the final authority, as opposed to the chair holding the final authority and the president consulting with the chair to say, this is what I think is correct, but the chair being able to say, well, I think we need to change a couple things to run the meeting properly and to get things done in an effective way.
Absolutely. So per Central Oregon Community College under 2D, the chair shall, et cetera, but the key thing here is may require board consultation and setting board agendas. And identifying issues that require the attention of the whole board, which obviously is what the agenda setting process is.
Right, but that's in consultation.
GP,
Oh, let's see, yeah, what's that?
so sorry, GP 9 part 6, I'd have to.
Can we bring it up?
This is my notes from the year and a half.
That's I was
Yeah.
trying to bring it up on my
Yeah,
computer.
and the specific area where I was reading was GP four under two D.
Yeah, GP9 is the part where it specifically gives the
Consultation, yeah.
well, it says the board chair in consultation with the vice chair and input from board members and the president will set the board meetings agenda. The chair will seek to base agendas upon the current issues for the college as well as upon the goals and issues agreed upon by the full board at a retreat.
Let me see if I can add something to the conversation here, because one of the key word here that I've been hearing is consultation. I just wanna share, for what it's worth, is that in higher education, the way we do our work is in consultation with the people with whom we work. So we consult with members in the organization, employees, employee groups. That's the culture of higher education. And so it feels to me like there are perspectives coming from outside of higher education that are defining consultation as something that's weak. And it is, in our world, it's not weak. It is actually the hardest part of the work, I'll say. The hardest part of the work in higher ed is that you are consulting with others. So I have never said to the board, both of you have been board chair at one time or another, I've never said to you that I have the final authority as the president on the agendas. I've never said that to you. It's always been in keeping with the language about being in consultation. So again, I want to go back to the problem we're trying to solve here with the language. So what I heard is that it's the no veto authority by the president if there is disagreement. Say the president has a disagreement, we'll call it, with the chair or the board about what should be on the agenda and when. Usually with me, it's not that it should or should not be on the agenda, but it's about context. It's about the context of the college. Does the board or the board chair in either case giving me an opportunity to talk about the context of the college where I work every single day. So, but what I hear is that your suggestion might be that there is specifically to put in the language that there is no veto authority by the president if there is a disagreement.
That's not what I said.
I wrote it down verbatim.
No, I'm saying, I didn't say that we should put that in the board policy. That would be a natural outflow of the chair having the final authority.
Is that the board, that the president would not have any veto, and I mean, veto is a strong word for me, that's why I'm wanting to talk about the
If a
language.
board member requests it and the board chair approves it, the president should not be able to stop it from being added to the agenda.
So that is no veto authority by the president.
No.
And you're calling veto,
Yeah,
there's
that would-
no opportunity for the president to have a conversation, to consult,
I
again,
didn't say that.
I'm offering
Not being
to
consulted is different than not having veto. I absolutely think that if there's a request to put something on the agenda, the chair should talk to the president about it, should this be added to the agenda, should this not be added to the agenda, if it is added to the agenda, when should it be added to the agenda? And the president can say, I don't think this should be added to the agenda. But if the chair says, well, you know, I think it should, and I'm gonna approve it getting added to the agenda, that's it. The decision has been made.
I'm leaning a little bit on your consultation here, for this conversation.
And I'm great,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to share.
Excellent.
Okay, so, and I probably will, upset both parties. But the reality is, to me, that's what consultation means. The chair, and I'm reading Central Oregon's right now, and it says the chair is responsible in consultation with the vice chair and the college president for setting the meeting agenda, period. Okay, I mean, that's not a period there, it goes on.
Yeah.
But I don't see any policy that's not saying it's in consultation. However, procedure that within that, there should be a way, because it is the board's meeting, for the board for a trustee to request an item on the agenda. It should not be put on the agenda, and every conversation I've been in with policy, at the policy level with colleges, it shouldn't be put on the agenda without consultation with the president. It should not at all. If the president and the board president disagree, and that conversation with the president and the board chair or the board president, the reasons for either party's stance are articulated. And hopefully you can come to some kind of consensus, because both parties want to do what's best for the overall good of the college. So if the president says, which is what usually happens, we need more time. We need to get more information. We need to find out what the actual issues are around this. Let's give us time to get back to you on it. Let's meet again and talk about it. And the board chair, I would think, would say, okay. If the board chair says, well, you know, this is something that several trustees have, you know, sent a request in to me, independently without talking to each other, because that would be a violation of the Open Meeting Act. But they've sent me this request, and I feel like it's a big enough issue that we have to have an opportunity to talk about it. Is it a closed session item? If yes, then it goes to closed session. If no, then the president, if the president and the chair still don't agree, I would think that's when it would go to the board to override.
Yeah, and the board, Robert's rules allows that.
But you're saying the board chair should be able to just override. I don't think the board chair would need or want that because of the reasons the president has.
Currently in our operating agreements,
Yes.
there are two processes. One process is a board member requests, the chair approves or doesn't approve, decision made.
But the chair
Second,
goes to the president, right?
Yes, recognizing there are other discussions
Okay.
in that process. Separate than that, any board member can send out a work session poll request to get 3 board members just to override the chair.
At a board meeting.
That can actually happen now, so that we created a document, I don't know if everybody's been kept aware of it, but 2 years ago, we made a document. This is how you submit a work session poll request. But it's basically, what are you trying to accomplish? You know, what do you think needs, what are the questions that need to be asked? And then that can get shared by the chair, even if they're opposed to it.
And how do they do that without breaking an open meeting? How do they get 3 people to agree if it's not at a public meeting?
We base our process off of what the Eugene City Council does. And so they have a form that they fill out, and they make a request to the chair, and then they get that distributed.
And haven't you done it by email as well? In
I
your
don't
own.
think we've ever actually done it that way. We've always done it through a request from the chair. We've never actually used the form that we.
Do you think that
So-
sometimes, so it's been done by email, actually, oh yeah, I'd like to have this on the agenda. Other people have said that, and this is all by email.
Yeah,
That's where,
Well, the experience with that is that we then take it for a discussion at our agenda setting meeting, right? You know, so when we have multiple or a board member even that is wanting a specific agenda item, it's then brought to our agenda setting meeting, which includes you, the vice chair and the chair. And I would feel like the spirit of the concept of what you're talking of, the agenda setting process is 3 board members, right? Which 3 board members doesn't make a quorum, and 3 board members doesn't make a majority vote. And the 3 board members' interest in that warrants a discussion and warrants at least a conversation at the agenda setting meeting. And that's where it could be brought forward. If it's just 1 board member,
Can I ask you a question? I don't wanna miss this. Can 3 board members talk to each other about a
And-
board item and not be breaking open meeting act?
currently in the law, yes.
Okay.
3 can, but I
Okay.
think
Mhm.
we'll wanna think this through, because I think I saw one of the other colleges does this, that. they have a 3-member executive team.
Mhm.
But when there's a request to add something to the agenda, the third person actually leaves. Because that way it's the requester and the chair and the vice chair that are actually discussing it, and that third member this was one of the other colleges in Oregon actually leaves the meeting for the discussion of adding something to the agenda. Is what my
When
recollection.
you're talking about the one that has a group that decides the.
Yeah.
Which essentially that's what the agenda setting meeting is an executive committee, right? Because it's the chair, the vice chair and the president.
Is that what you guys are advocating for?
I would be open to that, but I think that to do that, we would have to have a conversation about, we have it currently that we're allowed to elect a third person to the leadership team. But we haven't actually done that since I've been here, where we actually had an elected third member of that leadership body. What I've seen both in another community college in Oregon and what was recommended to us by the facilitator a year ago is that the third member is the last year's chair.
What is, oh, yeah, which policy is that? It's the,
Respectfully, I haven't had a chance to ask my question.
oh,
Sorry, I interrupted, I wanted clarification, please. Go.
I don't think the question is, let me redress your question first, which is that I don't think there's necessarily a concept of advocating here, but I think clarification of what these policies are. I don't think this is a, us versus anybody or advocating versus anything. This is a discussion to ask for clarity in a facilitated conversation. That's what we're charged with. The concept of a chair and a vice chair and the president meeting together to discuss an agenda item, that is de facto an executive committee that is coming together to have those conversations. And yes, to collaborate and to have discussions of those issues and why those issues are applicable to be either discussed or take action on by the entire board. So, and that is currently happening.
The 2 members meeting with the president to decide.
Chair and vice chair,
Okay,
correct?
and what was your question? Did you have a question?
Kind of, I will admit, unfortunately being interrupted and then, a whole other discussion happens definitely impedes my mental capacity to be able to continue with the conversation and ask my question.
Okay, I'll jot, from now on, I promise you, I will jot down if I have something that I think I need clarified,
Yeah,
I will
totally,
write it
totally,
down
yeah.
until you're done.
Totally, I
Okay.
appreciate that, thank you. With that in mind, so we are kind of discussing a variety of different things here. But I wanted to kind of lean on you as a facilitator to ask, should we maybe just go ahead and read through this policy directly and see, because we have identified some issues and areas that we should maybe expand on. But should we go ahead and go into the policy a little bit more, or and see where there might be opportunities for suggestions? What do you feel about that?
Well, actually, that's what I
Mhm.
asked at the beginning, and you said you just wanted to deal with the conflict.
Okay.
And the conflict involves all 3.
Mhm.
If we solve that
Right.
conflict, we can resolve all 3.
Got it.
Well, I think we can put 2210 to the side
Mhm.
for the minute.
Okay.
And then to state that it is 2211 part 1D. And then the final sentence of BP 2340 are the 2 that are potentially at odds with each other.
I'm gonna add a wrinkle here, though. 2210 comes from the OCCA library. Part of what the Northwest Commission wants us to do is to retire some of these policies. We have redundancies and we have redundancies. We have a lot of policies. That's what the final report mentioned. So what I would like to offer that we should actually look at the 3 together. If there is change, make the change to 2210. Because that's part of the library that's going to be coming back. We unfortunately, I came in 2022 when the policy library and the 3-digit policies, the legacy policies, we call them, were actually still in play in tandem. The 3-digit policies should have been retired and then language brought into the policy library as they were reviewed. That didn't happen. So I'd like for us to consider taking a look at those 3-digit policies and just letting them go. Any language any additional language as recommendations coming from this group going into 2210, any of the policy library, because that is going to stay the same.
I hear what you're saying, I think that the final product, that is probably the direction that we'll go. But in terms of where the disagreements lie, like, we can pull in the one bullet point from 2210 that relates to that. But let's figure out the underlying issue, and then I think the language editing will flow naturally out of that.
So the 2210, I just want to be clear on what the contention is. So it's the third bullet point. It says consult with the president on Board of Education meeting agendas. Am I right about that?
Yep.
Okay. So that's the third bullet down. Everybody see that? Okay, and then the 2211
D,
1D.
yes, 1D.
Uh-huh. So 2211 is 1D. It says the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure that the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-adding in its deliberations. Is that the one?
Yep.
Okay. I want to say that when I saw this myself, when I first read this, when I first came into the college, I said, oh, we have a separate policy about the role of the chair, because that's what it is all about. Only the role of the chair. That's how I read it. So I personally didn't read these as in conflict, but I've been doing this work a long time. So, but I see how someone might think that. So that's 1D. The chair is responsible. Okay, it's identifying the chair role. That's 2211. And then we have 2340. And what in there is
So the
problematic?
final sentence.
The final sentence. Agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. In addition, the board may designate an additional member to the agenda setting group. Okay, that's what you say. So that one and 2210, I'm going to read it again. The third one, consult with the president. This is about the board. The term of office, the duties of the chair are consult with the president on Board of Education meeting agendas. And that 2340 says agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the board. So this 2340, do you have any disagreement on who gets that agenda started?
I think we're in agreement with who starts the, so from my perspective, these could be complementary. Where the under 2340, the agenda shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. And blah, blah, blah about the additional member. Then the chairperson under 2211 1D is responsible for the setting, the finalizing, in my perspective, of the agenda. For setting the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure that the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations. So the president would take the lead role. There would be a consultation process, but then at the end of that consultation process, the chair would then have the final authority over what gets sent to the full board, and then the full board needs to then approve that at the beginning of each meeting.
I'm sorry, where's the language about final authority? I'm just looking for that. What if he doesn't say that? So
Right, no, from my
the word final
perspective,
authority.
setting the board meeting agenda is, there are two words to you, right? So under 2340, there's that the agenda shall be developed by the president. And then under 2211 1D, we have the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda. And so from my perspective, it's possible for one person to develop and then for another person to set. But that you couldn't reverse those two terms. It wouldn't be possible for one person to set the agenda and then for someone else to develop it after that. The development precedes setting.
I wanted to ask our facility, does that make sense?
I think it would be confused later if one of you leaves and
We didn't need to add a note that says
You
that's
would
what it
have
means,
to,
or we
instead
need
of
to change it, or we need to change it to
What
be
if-
clear.
what
But-
is, oh, go ahead.
You know, I will, if you look at just the OCCA language, it matches, it's consult. And I think that if you just were to go with the OCCA language, they appear to put the president into the lead role. There are other community colleges that don't do that. Historically, we have not done that. And I think it's important because of democratic governance principles that the elected leadership remains with that authority.
Can I make a proposal? It seems to me that the big issue is if a trustee wants something on the agenda, the board should be able to put it on the agenda. And the president of the board or the chair of the board should be able to add an item to the agenda, correct? Isn't that the biggest thing?
That's where the issue arose a year and a half ago.
So what if you keep the language in 2210 that OCCA recommends, but you add that language about how members of the board can add an agenda item. Most colleges have a way for members of the board to add agenda items and going to the chair, and the chair being able to add that agenda item is one of the ways.
I don't think that that's the route to go. I think we need to maintain the authority of the chair in setting the agenda and incorporate that into 2210. There are other situations and circumstances besides just adding a motion where the chair needs to have that authority on behalf of the board.
So
And we already have that authority under the operating agreements that we have. I don't think we need to add any more policy to define that. We already have the documents that we need.
understood, yeah. So
Say
to,
that again? I'm not
We
sure.
already have the documents that we need for that process. The board just needs to review them every year so that everybody knows and is on the same page about what the operating agreements are.
And they
Yeah,
may
those
change,
are not-
they can change.
Where are those?
They're in our files, but they're in a board meeting where when they were approved, they are not codified.
So they're not a procedure or a policy,
No, they are not.
and you don't think that's necessary for future?
Well,
I think it's restricted, but that's just me humbly. You know, as a board member, I'm a board member of university, and that's kind of restricted because it doesn't allow the board operating agreements are about the board, how the board works together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where it is.
I think that all the board members need to be able to stay abreast of what the operating agreements are. So that's something we should probably just every summer, we should have, this is what they are, let's review them, make sure that they all make sense. If we want to add how things get added to the agenda by individual board members to the board policies, we can do that. But my understanding is that we were basically reflecting Robert's rules to what we're talking about. And so, unless we're doing something, different than what Robert's rules would call for, with regards to how you add something to the agenda, then maybe we can. I think it's probably taken care of in the operating agreements. If we want to elevate it to being a board policy, then we can do that as well.
in regards to the language of the chair is responsible for setting the board agenda, board meeting agenda under one D chairperson's role. I think there's multiple benefits of that language. First off, because the board chair speaks on behalf of the board, so having that, kind of understanding of the agenda items, why they're there after consultation discussions with the president and so forth is very important. I also think that because the agenda is part of governance and it's part of the government governance process, that concept of responsibility is also there too. So I definitely want to say that the concept of responsible for the setting of the board agenda, that is very, I think that language is reflected both in state laws, the OERs, the ORSs, even HEC, in the processes and responsibility of local governance and districts. So with that, to kind of get us towards a direction, and I would heavily lean on you as our facilitator, would borrowing some of that language and bringing it over to 2210. That would probably be the most ideal situation for that, or because it is clearly defined in board chair's roles and responsibilities under board policy 2211. that's where it should live, and because it is technically a responsibility of the board chair. Does that make sense?
I understand your question. I strongly think you should do away with 2211, however you have to do with it. That's one of your old policies. And it will continually. I mean,
So when this came up a year and a half ago, Brett Rowlett, which is
Executive director for external
by
affairs.
bringing it over though.
Executive
Whatever.
Director for External Affairs, actually drafted an update to 2210 that would pull in
Some-
most of the language from 2211. But again, there were two things that got left behind from my perspective as chair at that time. One was the chair's agenda setting authority, and one was the chair's role in speaking on behalf of the board. And so that would be the other thing to loop back to is, you know, there's this line in the very first sentence of 2211. The chair assures the integrity of the board's processes and the only person authorized to speak for the board.
Mhm.
And then under 2210, it does not specifically. It says, you know, represent the board at official events. You know, doesn't actually talk about speaking on behalf of the board. So I think that would be another thing to loop back to that I have not thought a ton about is under what circumstances and when is the board chair allowed to speak on behalf of the board without getting prior, you know, direct like, hey, I'm gonna put out a statement about this, is that okay?
Yeah, that's under 9C, which is the chair may represent the board to outside parties announcing board stated positions and stating board decisions and interpretations within the area delegated.
Where's that?
That is under 9C.
On-
Okay, so that's within, that's within 2211.
Oh, my apologies, yeah.
Okay, so that's also within 2211.
Exactly.
Is this the very first line and the very last line under
Correct.
9C? Both talk about how the board chair is able to represent board opinions.
Yes.
I think that that's a really important clarification. I would agree with you. Because
Oh, right here at
it's
the bottom.
2211.
I'm 2211.
2211, I apologize, yep, under 9C. Yeah.
Okay.
Really appreciate that because the professional development of board chairs, it's helpful to have a few guardrails around how and when, what a board chair will say. And in terms of, because the board chair, well, my humble view is never representing themselves. They're always representing the board, always representing the board. So this, if that provides some guardrails, I would certainly appreciate that.
So you're saying bring that statement, maybe even to the top of the board chair's responsibilities? The first statement here and then 9C.
Can we
One
actually,
and then C.
can we bring up the proposal from March of 24?
Well, I don't know if I have that.
Yeah, well, no, it's on the, well, if we go to if we go to board docs.
Yep.
And go to the meeting for March 2 years ago.
Yep, 24.
There's a document there that Brett prepared that brings over 90% of the language from 2211 into 2210. And the two things that I thought were left out were those two things I just mentioned. So we're able to pull those two things into his already prepared draft.
Well,
Well, that could be a
that's-
recommendation.
Absolutely. So that's a kind of a done deal. So I think what you're saying is that 1D and 9, say 1 and 9, that's very strange. 1 and 9, because it's very strange how it's done. It's my first time I'm seeing the wonkiness in the numbering. So it says 1D and then 9C is what I understand that you want to bring over to 2210. Now, I want to also ask, just because we are going to be going on, 2210, we're doing all three together, yeah.
We're ahead of the game.
So, ahead of the game. So where it says under 2210, the third bullet down, consult with the president on Board of Education meeting agendas. The language about 1C. How about putting that together in one bullet?
Yes.
Because if you don't, then it will continue to be confusing. The word setting does not mean anything different to me than consultation. I just want you to know.
The board chair has the responsibility to finalize the agenda or something, final authority.
If that's what you're, if
That's what they're asking.
this group, you know, that here wants to say, then please say that, because it's clarity that outlives everybody.
And we'll wanna add a note on to 2340 to reference the chair's authority and say, you know, this is developing the agenda, the final agenda setting authority is retained by the chair under BP 2210. At that point will be the.
It says agendas shall be still, this is directly from 2340, that is directly from the policy library.
Right.
I
The
recognize
question
that.
is, do you want to recommend to keep this one or not? You don't have to have it. You can say, we don't want this particular policy. We're gonna have 2210.
But they have 2210 and 2340, and I think it's also because of the posting and. It goes into a little more detail about what's on the agenda.
In that case, I would remove the last line
Let's
and
actually,
refer to 2210 with the changes we're talking about.
Bring both changes, so just
Or
repeat
bring, or
that
make the
same
consistent.
sentence.
In regards to the point of removing 2211 entirely, I believe in the meeting minutes, there was a discussion by the board that getting rid of the entire policy probably should not necessarily, it shouldn't be necessary because there are roles and responsibilities that the chairperson has that you can't necessarily just outline under a board policy around Board of Education officers. Because there are roles and responsibilities the chairperson has that is outside, that is within the context of Oregon law. That is not necessarily outlined as a Board of Education officer. So, oh, go ahead.
I mean, the officers, it has a section just about the chairperson. And that's where it would go.
Yeah, understood. I'm just reflecting on that meeting and the minutes that I've reviewed of what that discussion was entailing. Would getting rid of the chair's roles and responsibilities of policy in 2211 is necessary for that? I don't necessarily think so.
Sorry,
It's okay, no, please go ahead.
I think the idea is that everything we want to preserve from 2211, we would put into 2210. And that way we only have one board policy on the chairperson's role instead of two.
And it refers to still some of your 3-digit BPs in there, which I think are
Mhm.
not,
It would.
that are
It
not
would.
accurate. So it's definitely.
So you have one policy.
Yeah,
You have one policy about the duties of the chair, and that would be 2210.
so we take everything from 2211 and put it under that 2210 duties of chairperson.
Is it possible to go to board docs and to make sure, because the way I understand it, what you guys come to an agreement here. Is a recommendation you wanna take to the full board, right? And so if we have that document
Sure.
and could make those changes to it, then we would have. 3 policies that you've agreed.
Yeah, I think we'll need to figure out how within 2340 we reference the role of the chair in agenda setting authority, so it's clear. That these are an A-B partnership, that the president develops it, but that the chair has this, say on behalf of the board.
The president we still keep in consultation with the chair, but then give the chair the final approval. Because
It's fine, logistically,
Your
it's a little
board.
challenging, I just want you to know, logistically, what happens in the board, board agenda, development. Is that we'll have an agenda setting meeting, happen generally after, it just generally has, it's whenever the chair is available, the vice chair, generally. There are always changes that are happening. The final authority of the board chair suggests to me that if there's something that the board chair might want on that agenda, and that would actually come in during agenda setting.
Right,
Because that board agenda goes through a number of changes, many times between the agenda setting meeting, which occurs shortly after the board meeting, and then the next meeting. It just does. There are contracts that are added and removed. There are
Purchase orders.
all of the things that could take place. There are, oh my gosh, we forgot to, that our Student Government Association president is leaving. We've gotta do that. And so there's an action there. So lots of changes happen. But
And consultation would include checking in with the board chair to make sure that they are aware that those changes are and happening, and that they go, okay, thank you for letting me know, so that they're not out of the loop in that.
But I think the question is, as long as there's agreement that the board chair is giving final approval for the items on there, but if there are some consent things that weren't available at that time, but they, it's not, and the chair would know about it, but it just happens so fast and so often, I don't know.
it's
Is
hard to
that-
manage.
is that
I mean, a
okay?
board chair, for example, you come to a board meeting, the board topic is posted, got the agenda in there, but then the board chair says, oh, wow, I didn't approve that contract to be on the agenda. I didn't approve that item, whatever it happens to be. Then what does the president do? See, the presidents typically will work with the board chair that the board has elected, and board chairs are different. Board chairs sometimes don't want to meet with you once a week. It's board chairs because, they're fine. They don't need to meet with you once a week. So the president's always adapting to the board chair. The president, I know in my time here, I will let the board chair and the vice chair know about those agendas before they're posted. We do that. Joe and I have this agreement that is what we do. So the board chair does that. I often don't like putting something in policy that is more of an operating agreement in some ways between the president and the board. Don't like to do that. It just hems in new board chairs or hems in the president. I often don't like to do that, to say the president must do this. I mean, if there's something wrong, if I'm not doing that, then maybe, you need to do that going forward, but maybe I'm going too fast.
City of Eugene Code operating agreements allow the city manager to place, I can't remember the word that they use, but it's sort of like standard, like regularly occurring things onto the agenda.
Yeah.
So there might be some room there to say there's, within this area, the president just has the authority to add things. But I think, just stepping back for a moment, I think we just need to assume that we'll have most of the time, we're gonna have positive working relationships between the president and a chair. And that the president adding an item late is just not gonna be an issue 90% of the time. But that if there is a red flag with it, that the chair can raise it as a red flag. And I think would probably happen during approval of the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, that they could say, hey, this item was not on the agenda that I had prepared. And I would like the board to approve the agenda. Hopefully they would say this item got added late, or will you approve adding this item late because the president wants to add it.
That's just an interesting dynamic. And there, my first board chair said basically, that's your job. You do the agenda, and we get together and we talk about the agenda. And so board chairs will be different. I just want both of you to kind of take that into account, that board chairs will be different. Secondly, in the relationship, it is so much better visually to the college community when the board and the president, when there's no gotcha in a meeting.
I agree.
No gotcha in a meeting. And what feels better to a human being, but also in a working relationship, but in that board president relationship, is when if the board chair sees something, the board chair puts up the phone.
Yes.
and call and says, hey, what happened? What's going on? This is what I'm thinking, you need to give me a heads up on something. So there's a bit of that relational part of this that if it's not there, then it communicates to the college community that there's something gravely wrong.
Right, and
I don't know if Debbie
and
would.
from my perspective, the chair is the one that, sets the agenda and finalizes it. When they go to the board meeting, the agenda that they see, without sent out to the board and to the public, should reflect the agenda that was agreed to ahead of time.
Cause you don't change it after a certain time, do you? I mean, before it's published, it can be changed, but once it's published, you don't.
No, I think
Change
what
it.
gets published, we don't change
Yeah.
it.
So
But if there's no conversation, the other consideration, especially in our board meetings, given the length of the board meetings, is kind of, sometimes it's a trade-off. It's like, what you give in order to do the college's business. Things that seem to be pressing. And so there are judgment calls that I would make. Now, if you want to codify that the board chair makes those final judgment calls, then we need to codify that. And then if a person's coming into that chair role, then they would need to know that this is their duty, is to make that judgment call about what that board agenda has on it.
and as the person that's responsible for running the meeting and ensuring that it's facilitated effectively. Yeah, I mean, I think that all makes sense, that the president and the chair would agree on what's gonna be on the agenda ahead of time. That if there are minor changes, the president can contact the chair and say, hey, I'm making these minor changes, and the chair 99% of the time is gonna say, good, no problem. Then that, rare instance where they say, well, no, I think we need to have another discussion and this should wait for the next board meeting or something like that. That they have that opportunity as well.
Some of it does, Austin wants to jump in, sorry, we're having a conversation, but I do wanna jump in, so I'm gonna stop.
Well, it's a part of the discussion. I'm not outside. So anyway, so in regards to what we're here to do, which is to clarify these policies and to clarify the language of these policies and so forth. I really like where the discussion is going, which is that transferring some of that language over into 2210. And I would like to lean on our facilitator to what would be the best way to start conducting that work in this ad hoc.
And that's what I'm asking Joe. Joe,
Mhm.
is it possible to bring that document up from board docs and just redline it here, or do we?
Since we don't have access to board docs anymore, we've now moved it to another system, so I think I can find it embedded.
Just Google board docs, it's still up and running, all of the old files are still there. Yes, so just go to board docs.
Can we do that now? or-
I
I
can,
think we can you, Joel, take the board policy 2210. Bring it up,
Mhm.
make it a document that we can write on. And then we will give you language to add to it.
Yeah,
But if Brett already did that, and it came from Brett.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's already-
I'm actually
Right.
I'm
Less than 5 minutes to pull up.
Yep,
Right, less than 60
I'm
seconds.
pulling up those meetings right now, so yep, I should have that document and I can email it in. As soon as I'm able to get through board.
It'd be good if we could put it on the board.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna email the document, yeah, that's why I'm gonna
So
email the
Joe,
document.
you can just go
I
to.
think they said 2024, so you can change the year at the top. Go back up.
Policies.
Go.
What I was going was right through, oh, no, that's not it.
See this.
Yeah, if you just go to Google and type link board docs, it'll pop right up.
It adds a lot of,
If Brett already did that.
yeah, that's certainly fine, that's certainly fine, I'm just still thinking about logistically, how it would work, that's what I'm thinking about. It was just for me, but for future board chairs and
Yep,
board
here it is.
presidents.
March.
It just feels like, there are lots of
Agenda.
ways that there could be sort of crossing of intentions here. Or the president might say, well, I have to move fast. And the board chair might say, no, I need to approve every final thing. You can only add this, you can only add that.
Well,
I don't know, it feels a little like lack of consultation in that. But,
process I'm thinking, and correct me
Yeah.
if I'm wrong, process I think are describing is that the president develops the agenda from all of the work that needs to be done by the college. All the departments submit their items just like normal, and then you have a draft agenda that you're ready to discuss with the board chair. And that draft agenda, the board chair comes in. And 9 times out of 10, it's just gonna be, this looks great. Let's go forward. If you have items that come in after that meeting, you either give them funds and say, hey, I had to add this contract, just wanna let you know, right? If the board president comes in with items that have come to him or her from trustees that they want added, that would be discussed at that meeting. You would have the opportunity to say that's far more cumbersome than you think. I need time. I need information from our finance, and they're right in the middle of audit. We're gonna have to put this on for at least a couple months, and then you and the chair agree that, yeah, this is a future agenda item, but we're not gonna be able to do it now. Or you say that's really getting into operations. Can we talk about that? Because I don't really think it's an appropriate item. The chair agrees or disagrees with you. If the chair disagrees, the chair can put the item on the agenda. If the chair agrees with you and you're going against what the member requested, then the chair tells the member, that's not, we're not gonna put that on the agenda for these reasons, and the member can
I
then
don't think it will.
get support without board, with 3 other members and add it to the agenda.
As a top.
Does that make sense? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
It makes sense logistically. It can be very difficult too. Because the president is also looking out for the institution. If the board chair says, I want to have this on the agenda for the next meeting, and that meeting is in 2 weeks.
Right.
And so the president goes to the people who are actually going to be doing that work. It's probably not going to be the president. Do all of that work. They're replacing that work with something.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that's what you have to be able to talk to the chair.
Absolutely,
And the
absolutely.
chair has to,
That's called
understand that-
consultation.
Yeah, that's the part that.
Yeah, that's called consultation. That's why I was saying that some of the hard and fast words, language, if consultation is not the spirit of that, then, yeah, it can be pretty interestingly difficult for the college and the board to get the business of college.
And the hope is that's not very often, because the college, the board is needing to keep the college going, but so it's not that often. Is that what you guys are thinking, the process that I just described?
Yeah, no, that seemed to be an accurate reflection of where I'm kind of.
And are you in agreement that most of the time the chair, this is an exception, not the rule?
Yeah, no, I think it's, I think the chair and the board in general is often also attuned to things in the community that maybe the president isn't into. And there are opportunities and times where we can conduct processes that get more buy-in from the community. Because we talk about them publicly and take that time. So yeah, again, most of the time, I think the president's draft is gonna be what's approved. Maybe some things get moved forward earlier in the agenda or later in the agenda, or get extended for the longer discussion or a shorter discussion based upon kind of how you think the meeting is gonna go and operate. But this is really about helping the chair be effective in their role as well of, say, having ownership of the thing that they're about to facilitate. So yeah, I appreciate everyone's perspective.
So what so it was in March of 25, not 24, just FYI, and I'm not finding what I think what you were talking about, Zach, and I apologize for.
It might be mid-March, it might have been the.
I looked there too, yeah, and what I was looking for was the red line, where we were essentially going to transfer language over from, back then it was board policy 320. And transferring it over into the new board policy 2210. That document I'm having difficulty finding. And I'm trying to see if I could find it in the March work session. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I do see the board policy 320, previous version of 2211. And I don't see that kind of redlining document that we were talking about previously, yeah. Okay, perfect,
Joe,
great.
can you just bring up 2210
Yeah,
and then what we do is we add to it and put that in.
I think
Yellow or something.
I think it's warranted to pull this
So
document.
March 19th, 2025.
Okay.
There's discussion items, A is board policy.
Oh, gotcha, that's where it is, okay, got it. Yep, I see where you're talking about now, yep, alright, and then,
Board policy review packet, I believe is where it would be located, or it might be under the supporting documentation.
it probably is under supporting documentation here. Go ahead, and hold to it.
No, I don't think that it's in the packet, the board policy review packet.
Well, this one is the marked up one that, oh, no, never mind, this goes over
In
again.
that, there's suggested revisions report in BP 2210 on page 9.
Can you send that to Joe and get board up?
Have you pulled up board docs?
Board docs
Yeah.
here.
Yes, you're in
There it is.
meetings. So so go to the March 19th, works today, view the agenda. Go to discussion items, and it's the first one. And then go down to the documents, and it's the first document, and it's on page 9.
For the general public observing, thank you while we look through these documents and. We'll do our best to pull them up.
Is there where to take a break?
We finish this one, and then let's take a break before we get into the substantive change discussion.
Yeah, I think that's warranted. Okay,
So these are the suggested revisions for 2210.
yep,
Okay. So I think the one we need to fix is number 4 now. Whoops. So they took that, ensuring that the board meetings remain proactive, forward-looking, and value added. They added that to the first bullet, when it actually would be part of this update to the third bullet. Where we just pull the language from 2211 and put it into 2210 and replace that consult language
it
with,
looks like you guys added it to 2340 though, right?
no. This is Brett's language that was gonna remove this authority from the chair. So we need to change this to reflect what we want. Because this reflects what was being taken away. We need to change it to keep those things. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't change
Oh,
23.
I might have made those suggested revisions myself. Open up that.
This is, sorry, what's on the screen, 2210?
This was the draft changes of 2210 a year and a half ago that we need to adjust to reflect what we just discussed as a board.
These were suggestions from Brett Rolette.
yeah, correct.
That were not adopted.
Yeah, correct, yeah, these were not adopted, yeah, these were the suggested language.
Okay.
To bring those other policies into this, the 2340 to do some alignment, I think is what it was doing.
Is that the end of the document, Joe?
This is a 10-page document.
Oh, okay. Is there,
And I sent some revisions as well. in the other document.
Welcome, thank you.
Hello.
Extra time in my day, so.
I'm so glad, I'm so glad that you're here.
Print this, can you make copies of this for us? That would be really helpful to make copies.
Send this the exact multiple revisions. That's.
Oh, Michael,
Yes.
Oh,
Debbie did comment.
Nice to meet you.
Michael.
Yeah. All right. So for those who are watching and also for Debbie's information, ad hoc committees, we want to invite the student body present to all meetings so that they can be able to participate and so forth. And they don't count towards quorum, and thus yes, and thus that does not impact or does a meeting one way. But it's really good to have the student's perspective in these conversations, especially.
Okay, so Brent's gonna print those documents off.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad.
And mine.
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
Michael, just to get you caught up here, so what we're doing right now is looking over board policy 2210, 2211, and 2340. We're kind of looking at them together right now. And to kind of like figure out if there is a way to either do a consolidation of those policies. Determining if we should delete a policy or not. And additionally, if we should take the language that we were looking at back in March of 2025, where part of this debate kind of started. And see if we can look through that language and some of the suggested revisions of that language as a starting point to determine if we could find some language that will be allow for the consultation language to be there, as well as the responsibilities of the chair language to potentially be blended. We also talked about a little bit about if the language should be that the chair finalizes the board agenda as well. So those are kind of like the points of interest that we've had so far in this conversation.
I've been staying caught up.
Oh, fantastic, great, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, are you watching via Zoom or?
I had it playing in the background while I was doing my other stuff today.
Fantastic, great, glad to hear that. So, that's where we're at. Right now, we're just getting a print out of this document from March of
Probably gonna
2025.
take 15 minutes to get these documents, my guess, so should we take a break now?
I was suggesting of taking a break.
Excellent. We will go ahead and go into a recess for 15 minutes, which would bring us back at 1:55.
Okay.
All right. So with that, I'm gonna grab the mouse here just to put us into mute and turn off video. For those in the public, we'll get started in about 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Excellent, we're gonna go ahead and come back to the meeting. Looks like we're unmuted, looks like we are, cameras are back on. We'll bring us back into session. All right, and I believe what we were trying to go after was pulling up the document from the March 25 meeting. There was a printout of the language that was reviewed and Facilitator, how would you like to proceed? Would you
We
like?
should go through,
Yep.
bring the document up and go through it and see
Perfect.
what we wanna change. The result would be a red line document.
Yep.
Really mind that. Presentation to the board.
Excellent, great. And would you recommend the document, the suggestions from Brett, or there was also a revision document?
Zach's include Brett's, so if we work from Zach's, we have both of them. At the top, it says. Suggestions, revisions from Zach are underlined in green, all of the those suggestions.
Oh, that's perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, perfect. And are we able to pull that up?
Yeah.
For purposes of editing, great. I will put this one away and I'll just draw off of this guy.
I'm gonna have to pull up a Word document I'm creating as I go in, because that was a media.
That makes sense, yep.
Uh,
Yep, of course, you can't edit PDF in its current format like that, yep, no worries.
It'll look a little different.
Yep, for the audience, just FYI, we have a copy of the document, but we're gonna be pulling it up.
Is-
Once we get it into an editable document.
Say the same.
I can walk us through it if you looked up and maybe set a couple of.
We kind of started.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's gonna look a little bit different because I'm on a Word document, you guys are actually on the original PDF. In terms of- So the colors on.
So
Okay.
we'll skip the first one, that was but 2210.
Right.
Did it bring over the highlighting or no, it just.
No, it did not.
Copy and pasted it directly.
Yeah, so the first bullet, we could do that live, which is highlight that first bullet where it says the chair assures the integrity. Go ahead and turn that green. Then under the second bullet, where it says the chair is responsible under the second bullet,
Mhm.
all of that is highlighted all the way to deliberations. And then everything, oh, I'll wait for you to edit that. Great, and then everything under ensure and the sub bullets are highlighted green as well.
So all the way to there.
And all the sub bullets, yep, exactly.
Okay.
Then under call, so call emergency special meetings, that stayed the same. Under consult with the president. And then the green part is to develop board of education meetings in accordance with. Yep, exactly. And then. That on board, on that same bullet, on board of education meeting agendas, that is redlined and crossed out.
But none of this was approved by the board.
Correct, yeah.
Just a draft
Yeah,
document.
this is draft document, yep,
And I've got some other thoughts to add after what we've talked about today.
gotcha. Let's see, now, do we want to continue, because that seems to be the area of discussion, we can go ahead and continue.
I would dream like the rest.
Fantastic, cool, so let's move down to make it decisions, it's there it is, perfect. Highlight all of that and the subsections. As well as don't too far. Go back up to right where it ends at note this benefits 210.3, yeah, so all that except perfect, right? Oh, right there, all that's been greened. The rest has not been greened except for the very last sentence. Where it says at the annual meeting in July. Which is when you scroll down, yep, right there, that last sentence where it was greenlined at.
Oh, thank you.
You had 23 board, right?
Oh, no, he's good, yeah, go ahead and scroll down, and then right there, at the last sentence there. It says at the annual meeting in July. The very last part of the sentence there, yep.
Right, you're missing the final sentence.
Oh, is that
The final sentence, yep, exactly,
Oh, it's just it got put into that other paragraph.
yeah, exactly.
So after Secretary of Board of Education, press enter.
Mhm.
Oh, there it is, okay, thank you.
Yep, you got it, right there, yep, and then,
The annual meeting in July is
Yep.
right.
exactly.
Just the final few words.
Yeah, just the at the annual meeting in
Got it,
July.
thank you.
Perfect. And with that, we got a relatively similar document.
Okay.
Perfect,
So
cool.
basically like, item like 9C is not here. Am I right about that?
I do believe it is here because, and you're talking about, BP 2011, correct?
It is here, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Perfect, yeah. Mhm.
So I think there was some, I'm gonna just jump right in, and so. There was the consultation, okay, so this is. The second bullet under BP 2210, and then the. The fifth bullet. So the second bullet. Under BP 2210. Second bullet starts with,
Sorry. Okay, second, presides over that one?
Yeah.
Presides over, okay?
Okay.
the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda. To ensure that the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations. My suggestion is to say that, remove setting the board meeting agenda and putting that in bullet as part of bullet 5.
So let's step back for a moment. So in going through this document, some of this stuff was stuff that Brett pulled over from 2211, and then there were two things that I pulled over from 2211. So the two things that I pulled over was bullet 1 and the second half of bullet 2. And the part about at the outset of statements from the audience, which is lower in the document and not related to this part. So, with regards to the one on agenda setting. The original 2210 just said preside over all meetings of the board. All of the rest of that is from 2211. I was trying to pull over into 2210. It would actually fit better as bullet 4 than bullet 2. So if you scroll down a tiny bit, it talks about agenda setting. And we need to fit all of that language and either replace our other agenda setting bullet or incorporate it into there. And then I think we should wordsmith the language to fit it into that other bullet. And maybe look at the language from COCC as a potential option as how we wordsmith that. So can we just take everything after preside over all meetings of Board of Education, if we cut and paste that, cut that and move it down to consult with the, see that's going on consult with the president at the bottom.
Consult with president here,
Yeah, can you press enter and paste it there? So those are our two first options. You also go to this document and pull out the one from Ben.
Oh, COCC, yeah.
Yeah.
So, would I just go back to what I suggested, if I could?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go back to what I suggested, to preside over meeting discussion. I think we go down. If we're gonna capture what we are suggesting, maybe we should do both of those, so we can really take a look at this and have a discussion about it. So the, let's see, where are
We
we?
need to go down to this part on agenda. So there's,
Both of them, and we need to combine.
so.
To combine them. That's what I was suggesting. It's in the spirit of what has been talked about. No change here. It's in the spirit of that. But I was not captured and you moved on to something else. I just want to make sure that you capture what I suggested. So, so the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda. And so that bullet and the one before it, I'm suggesting to combine them.
That's suggesting the same thing.
somehow.
They're both saying the same.
Some, it's that setting word, that's a little problematic, probably.
Yeah. We need to
That we're gonna need
wordsmith.
to talk about, and the two board members who are here have strong opinions about what they want to, the words they wanna use. I'm not getting in the way of that, I'm just suggesting that we combine those so that the meaning of those, whatever you come up with is in the same sentence. It's gonna be helpful for a president and it's going to be helpful for a board chair going forward and a board.
And I wanted to ask the facilitator, is this about what you're talking about of like what we should proceed with the next step here is to go over this document and yep, okay, perfect.
Yeah, but I'm gonna ask Joe a question because, and both of you too, when it goes to the board, you want just the original board policy that's in place now with red line changes on it. So I think when we do it this way, it's great, but somebody's gonna need to go back. Joe probably is need to go back to that original 2210
2210 in this
2210.
situation, yeah.
And bring in the language using track changes,
No
so that,
question.
what's that?
No question.
Which
And
they
then-
exactly match, but yeah.
Yeah, to exactly match whatever the result of this is, and then the 2211 will just be all redlined. Because you're saying you're gonna suggest to the board that it's already been included, the parts that needed to be in 2210. And we can do away with 2211.
Gotcha, well, not necessarily 2211 in its entirety, right, because we would just be.
We're incorporating everything from 2211 into
Got it,
2210.
into 2210, got it, 10-4, okay, you're right,
Yes,
All right, so
and then we wanted to agree with 2340.
40, yep.
And if I could ask everybody to look at that second
Yeah.
document that Joe gave us and look at the language on 2340. Cause that language means to agree with whatever we decide to combine these two.
10-4.
Yeah, no
Okay,
question.
So my recommendation at this moment would be to delete or mostly replace the bullet from 2210 with the bullet from 2211 or the bend policy. And that's why I was asking him to bring up the bend policy so that we can compare the three bullets next to each other.
okay.
What's the one?
It's gonna be under GP 9, part 6,
Okay.
and GP 4, part 1A and 2D are the applicable language in there.
What's the language, Zach, that you like in there?
GP 9, part 6.
What does it say
The
though?
board chair, in consultation with the vice chair and input from board members and the president, will set the board's meeting agendas. The chair will seek to base agendas based upon then current issues for the college, as well as upon the goals and issues agreed upon by the full board in a retreat. They also include some of the language what we have under GP 4, saying the chair is responsible for reviewing the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meetings to ensure the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations.
So you like the whole section, is that right? Oh,
I'm trying to have a discussion. Yeah, and I think that the CSCC policy is very clear that the board chair has the agenda setting authority, and so I think that that would maybe replace our one that says that they are responsible for. So I just wanted them next to each other so we can have an open discussion about which one best suits is best for us.
It also, let's see, President Walsh, you were mentioning you had an issue with the language of setting board agendas.
Would you mind if we finish this one off? I'm just trying to orient myself here. So no, I've got this, but GP 9, is that from the entire policy? Context for me is always really important. And this is the,
Is that bend?
It's
Yeah, it's Central Oregon Community College.
Yeah,
and then,
Central Oregon.
Yeah.
community college. I just want to make sure that if the entire context of that policy is there, because this is a section of it, perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah.
The reason is that there seems to be something missing for me. I don't know about for you, Debbie, but there seems to be something missing.
From the bed one.
Uh-huh.
CSCC. What is missing from your perspective?
GP.
So you change the order. And the board members, you can say, you know, what your pleasure is as a recommendation to the full board, but you change the order. This says that the board chair and the vice chair actually get that agenda started. That's what it says.
Board chairing consultation.
Says both set. Yeah, set the board.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you get that. So I, as the president, would be waiting for the board chair and the vice chair to actually give me an agenda to start the process. I don't know, Debbie, if you see it that
Yes,
way.
and I'm reading it from their policy. And a lot does precede that. They talk about. They talk about a lot before they get to that, and earlier in their policies, they talk about board agendas. And they say the chair is responsible in consultation with the vice chair and the college president for setting meeting agenda and facilitating the board meetings.
And under GP 4, there's other things that relate to that.
Yeah, this one's GP 1, chair authority and limits, 1B. And it says in consultation with the vice chair and college president.
That order is different. It's different than it's just words
Cause
putting on the
this
table
makes
here
it sound like input from all the board members and the president.
together. Yes, with the board the board
That
and the
changes
president are
it
together.
dramatically, I
It
think.
changes dramatically.
Okay, well, whatever the language means, are we generally in agreement that the president takes the lead role in developing, but then the
Yeah.
chair has that
So
final
I
sort
would
of say?
say-
So let's just make sure the language says that.
Yes.
And not worry as much about matching 100% what these other two policies say.
And that would be consistent with the policy library, which
Yeah.
says for the president in consultation with. That's what the policy library says.
Yeah.
So that would be consistent with that.
But it's different than the policy library's role for the chair, because this would clearly state that the chair has the final authority.
I'm not suggesting that in any way, I'm just suggesting that the order of things would be consistent with the policy library, that's all.
Heard you.
What about keeping the language from 2340? Agenda shall be developed by the president in consultation with the board of education chair and vice chair. And do you want to keep that in addition, the board may designate an additional member?
I think that's all fine. I think what it's missing is a reference to the other board policy saying the board chair retains final agenda setting authority
Well-
under BP, blah, 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 blah.
Or bringing this over and adding that sentence?
They could cross-reference.
Yes,
You wanna make sure that they
Yeah.
cross-reference each other so that each
Are
one
you okay
knows that
doing it that way?
this is the authority of the chair, this is how agendas get developed, and here's how they reference each other.
So a line there about reference board policy 2210 for the finalization of the agenda, something like that.
Let's just put the language.
Setting, yeah, setting and finalization, these are two different words, two different
Well,
meanings.
how are we defining develop, set, and finalize?
So, and this is actually, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
permission to speak.
Mhm.
Setting in my mind and final authority, sole discretion, executive authority are. They're very, setting for me would be where it occurs in the agenda. Is it a work session? Is it a retreat? Is it on another agenda? So setting to me is talking about maybe where it occurs and how it occurs, not if it should occur. And so I really feel like we're really this whole thing is about the word setting, and I'm not sure. So when I wasn't here when these were written a long time ago, but I assume these were really, really smart people. They did not use those other words. Right? And there's a reason why they did. And so I'm asking, it's actually a question, why did they not say sole authority, final authority, or anything, if that is how we're interpreting this? Because so I'm a little confused. So please help me, because I don't understand if that's how we're interpreting setting, why did they not use a different word?
Here's the thing.
Please, because I'm a little lost with this.
The agenda setting authority of the chair, I think has basically been there from when the college was founded. The chair had the authority to set the agenda, and that was the authority. At some point, the board adopted 2210, which said that the president was gonna develop the agenda in consultation with the chair and the vice chair. I don't think they even talked about how these two things related to each other. And which authority was actually gonna be superior and final at the end. I think that they got this recommendation from OCCA that had this language. And I think they adopted it without really talking through the implications of how it related to this other policy. And then we got into a situation where one policy says that the president's gonna consult with the chair, another says the chair is gonna set it, and those appear to be in conflict. And now we're coming back years later and trying to say, well, what did they mean? I don't think they know what they really mean. And so it's up for us to say, what do we want? What is reflective of best practices? And how do we put that into our?
Any questions?
Just gonna give my little input. I agree with Joe here about people who built this college and the policies that direct us. They're probably very smart people. They made it vague and able to change on purpose, and I think modernizing is extremely important. But I do have concerns of, getting into the basis of the people that wrote these don't know what they were doing or weren't thinking about this specific thing, because we have no clue. We don't have minutes of them saying, I don't understand what's going on, I'm just copying what came from here. We don't have, I don't even know those board policies from before when this was written. And I think it's important that we observe the precedent that came before us. Because the second we start just ignoring everything and changing however we wish, just because we feel like it's better fits us, and then not observing what was done in the past, we're getting to really, really messy timeline where we're just gonna start changing everything every single year. It's the exact position that student government's been in for a while, is because policies change every year. Nobody's able to keep up with what's actual policy, what's not policy, what's best practice. It's just, that's a very deadly timeline and thinking process, I think, to go down, is to just start assuming people didn't know what they were doing back then.
Okay, but we'll assume that people knew what they were doing.
Hold on, wait. There are two reasonable reading interpretations of what happened. And the president interpreted one way of, this is what I think they must have meant. And I said, well, I don't think that's what they meant. I think they probably meant this other thing. And now we have two interpretations that are floating out there. And having those two conflicting interpretations sets us all up for conflict and failure. So it's, you know, we don't know exactly what they thought. And rather than us saying, well, I think this is what they probably meant, let's have a discussion for ourselves about what we think best practices are. And then have that be the policy moving forward, so that there isn't this conflict in the future. Like, I don't think I'm just. And both sides are making stuff up about what we think they meant, and let's get past that.
Yeah, so going with all that in mind, what we're charged with, coming back into this document here, which is from what I heard in our conversation that we've had, is that we are okay with this language in regards to the agenda shall be developed by the president. And now we're having a discussion of how can we reference the language here in 2210.
In consultation with the board.
Exactly, in consultation with the board president, exactly, yeah, as well as what is the who finalizes the agenda. That's the other pending topic.
Which for me, that's what setting means, is finalizing. So I'm using setting and finalizing interchangeably.
Deal,
And developing as the initial drafting process.
gotcha.
So I'm hearing developing as drafting and setting as finalizing, and I wanna know if there is agreement or consensus that we can move in that direction.
So facilitator,
look at what you
just really quick, I'd love to hear the facilitator as to what you feel is the best way for us to move forward, knowing that information.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Oh, in regards to like, what is the language that we should be using to reflect this conversation that we're having in order to move
Don't
forward?
think we should use setting because it causes confusion amongst too many other people. So if we mean finalizing, we should say finalizing. And I would ask the president, is that any issue with you? If the board president finalizes, I mean, most of the time, this is not an issue, and in consultation is suggested by, we talked about the Oregon Community College Association, who developed model policies for all of the community colleges. And that's the language they suggest, in consultation with the board chair. That seems to be a little bit of a problem here. I don't think there's an issue with adding the sentence that the board chair finalizes or gives final approval or something like that from your perspective, right?
Right, when you're done, I will.
Okay, well, that's the whole question. If there's
That's the
an
question.
issue with that, then I think
Yeah.
we need to re-talk.
Mhm.
I thought we had already touched
Sure,
that.
sure. So we've got two board members, third board member, ex officio is what we call it.
Yeah.
So two board members, we're gonna be giving a recommendation to the board.
Right.
So we've got two different viewpoints here that are consistent.
Do we?
Yeah,
That's not what I'm reading,
But, okay, so we've got one viewpoint from two board members here, but we got 7 board members and 8 as well. What I wanna say was something that Zach said earlier, and I just wanna make sure that the spirit of the word consultation, what that means to me after 20 years of doing this work. What consultation means is part of higher education. So to say that the people who started this college and who, Dale Carnell, and one of our first presidents of the AACC, but to say that probably it sort of lapsed or there were multiple interpretations, then I think doesn't quite honor the legacy of all of these good people in higher education. So I just want to say that because I've been in the field a long time and we work very, very hard and we try to do the very best we can. The board members who are here would like to change the sense, the meaning and tenor of the language. And I am not stopping that in any way. I'm just offering it as advisor to the board. That's all I'm doing. And so if the board wants to change the word from setting to finalizing the agenda, I think the board members who are here, as you would recommend, add some language to that to say what finalizing means. Because the specificity of that is going to be helpful to the board members who are hearing your recommendation.
Yeah, that's
And to
a,
making a decision, you need to please,
But if
just,
if I could clarify just
Okay.
the question,
Mhm.
the question to me that I'm hearing is whether we use finalize or set,
Mhm.
does the chair have that authority to do either one of those? Because up until now, it's been in consultation, or I'm sorry, up until now, it's been,
No.
Yeah.
For decades, the chair had the authority. In the last 5 years, there's a new board policy that says this stuff about consultation. The board chair's authority was never taken away, it was never removed. So this idea that this new board policy means that the president has this new authority and that the chair's authority effectively no longer exists. This interpretation has been put forward.
you're right.
I don't think that's the accurate
But can I
interpretation.
say one thing?
yeah, so here as, all facilitators.
I just wanna say one thing, I'm
Yeah.
from Vegas, okay? I'm a betting person, and I will bet you $5,000 that while that language is in place, it was the exact same process that we're describing now. There was consultation between the president developed the agenda, the chair did not do that. You don't have all of the resources, you don't have, it's not your place, you don't deal directly with the personnel of the college who submit 99% of the items that go into a board agenda. So I think the process was the same, the wording was just different. And we're saying we'd like to clarify that language and have it say what the process, have it describe the process that we want followed.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
clarification is good. I do think it goes back to Zach, the word setting. Remember Joe just said, he says that word setting, that doesn't mean to me being the final authority. He said they didn't use final authority, they didn't use these words, they used setting. And setting means to me, setting the time, setting the day, so there are multiple interpretations of that, including the one that you have, which is that said that the board chair had the final authority. So I'll just put that one on the table as well. It seems to me that you have an interpretation of that not all board members, from what I can recall, that they share.
Whatsoever having this entire process.
Exactly, yeah. So with all that, our facilitator has said that the word setting can be problematic for numerous reasons, and that consultation, yeah, exactly. Consultation is the language that's recommended and suggested. It's also in the language under 234. The question was around finalization of the agenda. And I appreciate your answer, President Boulder, which is that, we need to define that if we are to move that forward to the board. I think that's a fair part of this conversation that we can now facilitate. So what does finalization mean in regards to the board chair's authority? That's the question for the group. I have opinions, but I would love to hear other opinions as well.
The majority of the time, I think we're gonna say that this looks good. And the biggest changes are gonna be, I think this should be earlier in the agenda, I think it should be later in the agenda, I think. This is gonna take longer or a shorter amount of time, sort of at the next level up, I would think. This is a really big decision, I think we need to make this decision over 2 board meetings instead of just 1. And we should introduce it at 1 board meeting and vote at the second board meeting. That's something that came up about 2 years ago.
Okay.
I think. Beyond that. You know, there are specifically. So then adding items to the agenda, so if there's a request from a board member that something get added to the agenda. And the board chair approves it, or a subcommittee, 3 members of the board request it, that it gets added to the agenda. And that's the board chair and the board's role to add things to the agenda in that way. And then in certain cases, there might be a need to call special meetings. You know, and including things related to the president and reviewing the president's performance, then the chair needs to be able to call the meetings and set the agenda for those meetings.
Yep, which is what's already in place for board policy 2210. So what finalization means for me is the agenda that then gets posted to the public. That's what that means to me. Is whatever is the agenda that's going to be posted to the public following our rules and regulations about proper posting and so forth. That is what needs to be finalized as far as the agenda setting process. If I'm wrong in that, I would love to hear that, but that's my understanding of what that finalization is. So then the language should be around that the chair has the final authority of what is posted to the public meeting.
And then approved at the beginning of the next board meeting before they. Because we approved the agenda as a board.
Exactly.
At the beginning of each meeting.
Precisely.
That agenda that we approved, the initial draft the board receives.
Exactly.
Should be what the chair has approved.
Precisely, yeah, because you're absolutely right, per Robert's Rules of Order, the board can amend, change, edit, table. The agenda, so I think it's that finalization of what is posted to the public is what needs to be finalized. And who has that authority? In which case, per democratic processes, governance and so forth, would be the chair.
What do you mean democratic processing?
We were elected as a board by the people of this district. To represent them in their interests and. Yeah, that's about it.
Awesome.
Absolutely, yeah, okay.
I may have missed this, you might have already talked about it, but I don't really see the point of adding the wording of finalization if we already have the process that the board has to approve the agenda at the start of every meeting. Why do we need to have this, like, I don't know if rubber stamp is the proper term here, but almost as if the board says, this is the official agenda that we are gonna go through this meeting, and then you get to the day of meeting and we're still voting on it again. We're officializing it twice almost.
Yeah.
That seems unnecessarily repetitive.
Absolutely, no, and I appreciate what you're saying there. The first responsibility is posting it to the public, right? You know, so an agenda has to be available to the public within a certain timeline and a
Yes.
certain period prior to meeting so that they have an opportunity to go, hey, I'd like to participate in public comment, or hey, that's an issue that I'm interested in and so forth. So it's that part that's what I was talking about. Sorry.
I'm aware that that's what you were talking about. We already have that process in place.
Not per this board policy necessarily, it's not clear.
And then I think you're asking, why are we approving it a second time? And the first set of eyes is by the chair and the vice chair, and the second set of eyes is by the full board. And if, say, a board member that wasn't involved earlier says, hey, there's this issue that we need more information. Hey, this new thing came up, I need more information, we need more time, I would like us to pull this item from the agenda and discuss it next month. And that would be a perfectly reasonable thing for a board member at the beginning of the meeting to say, I have a concern about this item, I'd like us to pull it from the agenda, not talking about it tonight, and talk about it at a future meeting date. Another thing that happens is, hey, what if we have a super long, we have 100 people for public comment, and at the beginning of our meeting, we do a gut check and we say, we should take at least one of our discussion items and move it to a later meeting so that we have time to get both the public comment and the items that we need to get done. It's a way for the board to make adjustments in real time when they need to make adjustments.
I'm okay with the approval during the meeting. That's always made sense. What I'm talking about here is why do we go consultation? We set the meeting. And then now we're adding a third set where the board chair says, this is official, now post it.
This would be at the end of the agenda setting meeting. The president comes with a draft agenda. And when I was doing it, we started looking at least 3 meetings out and said, this is the agenda for the next 3 meetings. I would actually think it would make sense for this year's chair to actually say, this is the whole year, basically. This is what we're gonna talk about. And then only have new items come up that aren't already in that pre-planned agenda, you know, somewhat rare that new things come up. But yeah, I mean, that allows us to say, yeah, we're gonna, you know, place this stuff far out in advance, so we're timing it well, that we're gonna be able to accomplish all of these things. And sorry, to get to your point, within those meetings, the chair makes adjustments to the agendas. And leaving that meeting, it should be finalized at the end of that meeting. The president and the chair have consulted, the chair has made their final determination. It's done it's within that same agenda setting meeting that this would occur. This would just be the final act within that agenda setting meeting is, yes, this is what I want.
Yeah, did that answer your question?
President Bolger, can I ask you a question? I'm assuming your office and cabinet schedules out all the big major things that the board needs to deliberate on at whenever you guys start your scheduling and building the calendar, correct? Yes, and then also on top of that, how often do, after these agenda setting meetings, have to change the agenda before we meet as a board?
More frequently than you think.
Okay, and does that happen in consultation with the board chair?
It's usually sent in, the board chairs have jobs.
Yeah, they have jobs and lives.
And this is not, this is a volunteer position. And sometimes they are not accessible.
Okay,
We always send out updates to Joe, to the board chair and the vice chair about the agendas when they have changed,
Okay.
before they are posted.
Mhm.
Because, any additions that I might make would be things like, contracts, things that would have to be approved, action items. Oh, we forgot, we've got the conflict of interest policy that, or process that needs to be done by the board. Oh, gotta put that on the agenda. Oh, we've got our student government association president leaving. Oh, well, we've gotta put that on the agenda.
yeah,
So that happens a lot, or I'll get someone from academic affairs saying, oh, this program's ready, it's gotta go to the board. Can we do that? So those are the kinds of things. The sausage is made, the sausage is made generally in the process of the getting that agenda ready for posting. Now, the board chair and the vice chair, the way I've seen their role is taking an initial look at the board agenda, which we have drafted. The initial look at the board agenda, this may occur the day after the board meeting. So you can see that's super early in the process, very early in the process, may occur the day after the board meeting, and then the board, weighs in, the board chair and the vice chair weigh in. Oh, I think, we should have this on the agenda, or we should have that on the agenda. That's really the board chair and the vice chair's opportunity, because after that, well, it's a matter of sometimes reaching the board chair and the vice chair.
okay, so in the event that this officialization process is adopted by the board, say agenda setting meeting, all said and done. Board chair has officialized this, and then, oh no, academic affairs has a new course that needs to be approved by the board. Now the board chair is not accessible, or the board vice chair is not accessible because they're busy working or finishing their master's program. And we get to the board meeting, and now we're making very, very last minute changes to where the president is having to ask board members to adopt this change to be able to go about this process, and say the board chair doesn't want to do that, or we really don't have, because of some other reason, don't want to add this. Now effectively, the college or academic affairs is now being set back because they can't get something approved. Nothing can happen after this officialization process, from what it sounds like.
Not necessarily, because the board, yes, could a board chair have responsibilities outside? Yes.
Board
But they
chairs
also-
do have responsibilities outside.
Just finish my sentence. Yes, they have jobs, they have lives and all that stuff, right? And they do have a responsibility in their role as board chair. And that responsibility should be to go through the agenda before it is posted. And to the public, to allow for them to have a review, collaborative conversations, and yes, if there was a change like what you just discussed. There should probably be a collaborative conversation, at least a phone call at most, and another agenda setting meeting. To discuss the importance of it and to finalize the agenda. So yeah, there is that collaborative process still that's still occurring there. So.
I'm not saying that a collaborative process isn't happening. What I'm concerned about is we're doing this officialization process and it's effectively tying the hands of the president and her cabinet to be able to introduce any changes after this officialization. And hell, say if the board chair is not happy with something that the president and the cabinet have put forward because of some other reasons. I mean, I'm not trying to say that our chairs in the future are gonna have political intentions, but say they do and this doesn't line up with what they want to have done, they can basically stall out and just stop something effectively.
Yeah, explain that a little bit more. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, yeah.
If the board chair has to give the final officialization, that
Well,
I think-
if I could jump in.
Okay, cool.
Well, I think your hypothetical is pretty extreme, right? Then, hold on, let me walk it through. First, you're saying that there's a change that happens after the officialization. Okay, no big deal. It takes an email or a phone call. The leadership is generally available. Like the idea that the chair is gonna be like hiding out and not responding. And saying, you know, just not responding is, I think, kind of far-fetched. And if the chair objects to an item being added to the agenda, they probably have a reason for it. Either it's not right, that it needs more time, or, you know, any number of reasons that the board chair might think this isn't ready for prime time and I'm not gonna give this approval for this late edition. And that they're gonna get it on a later meeting agenda after a longer discussion with the president and more discussion, right? But let's say that in that sort of situation where there's been this late addition, the chair says, hey, it's not quite ready yet. The president can still bring that to the board and the majority of the board can still add it to the agenda over the objection of the chair. Right? I think there needs to be a little bit of respect and trust for the democratically elected chair of the democratically elected board. And like, they're not playing games. Like, if the chair has a reason for something, they probably have a good reason. Like, I don't understand this, you know, this fear of the chair. I just don't get it.
That's interesting. So I would say to both of you that chair, and all three of you, is that chairs are different. Chairs are people too.
yes,
And chairs are different. I've had three chairs maybe since I've been here. Very different in approach and style. Like I said, some chairs, and this is my colleagues around the country, some chairs are don't meet with their presidents very often. I don't know, Debbie, we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but do you know some?
The chairs that don't meet with the president.
Not very often. I mean, an agenda setting, you set the agenda and you're done. I mean, you know, they'll take your call. All of my chairs have taken my call. And it's been my responsibility to share something that I think needs to go to the chair's attention. So it's not monolithic. Chairs are not monolithic, and they're really, really not. I just want that to be part of your thinking, is that chairs are not monolithic at all, and they may or may not be there. So the rub here right now is what finalization means.
Yeah.
Does the board agenda, need to be approved by the board chair before it is posted? The final one, the one that's getting ready to press send, is that the one that needs to be formally approved by the board chair? If that's the recommendation that you want to make to the board, I say absolutely. If that's what you want to make to the board, please go ahead and feel free to do that. I think what we're bringing up are some some nuances that could take place that would prevent that. And this is all about relationships. So the board chair, the future board president say, board chair, my board chair might say to me as president, hey, go ahead. You know, I've seen it. I trust you. Just get it done. And if for some reason the agenda needs to be adjusted, the board has an opportunity to do that. Has an opportunity to do that in the board meeting. The board can alter the agenda. It's in one of the policies I saw it. The board can alter that agenda. So there is always that fail-safe for the board. But adding something, I'll just make this one final point, is adding something to the agenda puts pressure. It's behavior from the board that puts pressure on the college. And the board should, you know, democratic authority, all of those things. What about the behavior of the board, the impact and effect that it has on the college? Because the college is responding, preparing, making sure that the college, that the board has the information it needs to make good decisions. That's what our responsibility is. And so I think my responsibility is to make sure that the board understands that it takes us time to do that. And I don't know what you think about that, consultant, but it takes us time to do that. And so that's why this is a consultative relationship. So we are having a conversation about this so that you can appreciate the person who's working here 24/7.
So-
What that impact might be.
I think I need to ask a question of the current process. So the current process doesn't involve the consultation with the board chair, or does?
It does, yeah.
It does.
And if there's any community colleges out there that's not having a conversation with their board chair, I have questions, but yeah, but anyway, yeah.
It's called an agenda setting meeting.
Yeah.
So it's the agenda setting meeting,
Yep.
and so at the conclusion of that meeting, the thinking is that the chair has agreed
Mhm.
to the agenda.
Yeah,
Correct.
and it's in that form, yes. And there are things that happen, of course, in the agenda after that.
But how close is that agenda setting meeting to when the agenda is published? Is it way
It
far?
depends, it can be about 3-4 weeks
Oh.
sometimes. Yeah.
Lot can change.
Oh,
Up to the very last, I mean,
Yeah, and now imagine a scenario where something is added to the agenda without the chair's knowledge or understanding and so forth, and or, you know, finalizing, right? That could be problematic to when people ask questions, once it is posted. And we've experienced this actually, when certain things are on the agenda and then the general public reaches out to their elected people of like, oh, hey, why is this on the agenda and so forth? And there have been multiple situations where the chair is not apprised to that.
okay, but,
So, yeah.
okay, if I could, part of what Zach said was, and I know you just threw this out, but we should maybe set the agendas for the full year, you know, and know.
Well, I think that there's a tentative,
Mhm.
and then there's the final, right?
Right.
And so we would check in every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so every meeting, we would have an agenda setting meeting, but we would review 3 agendas, and so we would re-review. We would change it, you know, we would review it
And I
probably 3
can
times.
see
finalize it.
the items that consistently happen, you know, you have to have an audit, you have to have your strategic plan. You
Your
have to
budget
have-
passed in
Your
June, yep,
budget
mhm,
has
yep.
timelines,
Mhm.
but for all of the other work of the college, it's, you don't know
Mhm.
12 months in advance what's gonna happen,
Mhm.
that you're gonna need to have on the agenda.
Of course, yeah.
So couldn't, I mean, even if the cabinet is planning out a year in advance, that agenda setting meeting that you're talking about, couldn't it be, is there a reason why it has to be so like 3 weeks before the agenda is gonna be published?
Generally, it has been the board chair and vice chair's kind of pleasure and how they want to meet. And that's
Okay.
what I adjust to,
Okay.
is how they want to meet. So
So-
some right after the board meeting and some
That's
no.
great.
Yeah.
But if you're adding this, if we are And I know it's been a past practice, and I know it's in one policy and not in another. But if we're trying to finalize a standard of practice that you want going forward, then it seems to me that there would have to be an understanding that if the board chair we're gonna put in writing anything more than consult with the, the suggested language of
Yeah.
the Oregon Association, which is pretty much standard across the country, that there's consultation between the board chair and the president. And I want to remind everybody, myself included, this is the board's meeting, okay?
Yep.
So this is the board's meeting and the chair is responsible
Mhm.
for the board meeting, okay? The problem that we have is, in a lot of cases, that person's also the one doing all the work. That's not the case in colleges. The one doing all of the work to prepare for that board meeting is the president and all of the people who report to the president and contribute to the agenda packet. So there's the rub. So if we
No,
want,
respectfully, I don't think that's the rub. I think we're all in agreement that that's the process.
but I
Think
mean,
about
that's
the
what's
timeline.
causing us the issue of just understanding what why it's difficult for the president to say.
Kurt,
You
I hear what
know,
you're saying, yeah,
yes.
Mhm. Okay, I hear what you're saying, yeah.
So one of the things that it seems to me the board chair would have to understand is that I would need to be available. Aren't there timelines? I mean, in California, we have 48 hours or,
Oh, yeah.
72 hours. for-
Posted.
Okay, so the week before that agenda is posted, the chair has to be available to review the final agenda.
Yeah, before it's posted to the public.
And
Yep.
then,
And then the question though is, does the board the two board members wanna recommend to the full board that that kind of specificity, cause then you don't give every board member probably an opportunity to be chair. Which
Yeah,
would,
that's
okay, I
one of
don't,
the
you see what
duties,
I mean, if you
yeah.
really lock them in on, you must be available 1 week before that agenda is posted. To finalize and approve the agenda. Well, some people might say, well, I travel a lot for my job, or,
See, and to me, that's involved, that's in the consultation,
Mhm.
because I don't see how you can do consultation until you know what the agenda is.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and you don't know that doesn't finalize until in that last
close to
week,
in the last,
you know?
it does not.
So for both people, the president and the chair, it seems there has to be an understanding, that's part of your role.
Yeah, exactly,
And
yeah.
don't take that responsibility if you don't want that role.
Precisely, yeah, and I don't think any one of us is advocating that we spell that out. What I was advocating for was just that, the finalization before the posting of agenda to the public. So that was my
But
recommendation or
that can't
suggestion.
happen unless the person's available.
Or the vice chair, per other board policies, can act on their behalf.
If that's
Yeah, that's the
written, that they can
situation. Mhm.
act on behalf of the board chair in finalizing the agenda. I know it says other
Chair,
ways they
yeah.
can act,
Yeah, but not in
But not
finalizing the board
in
agenda.
agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If the chair's unavailable.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
chair is unavailable, yeah.
but I think more importantly for, one chair, I think when the new chair is coming on, the past chair has time with the new chair, and that's one of the things that would be passed on and understood, because this isn't gonna work if the president can't consult with the chair.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a really important point. Yeah, Austin and Zach is really important, and Michael, really important point that the chair does have to be available. Whatever you put in policy,
Mhm.
the chair has to make that person has to be available for that kind of consultation and finalization to occur.
What do you think is a reasonable expectation for a timeline for a chair to respond to an email or a phone call regarding a change to an agenda item?
I wouldn't specify that.
Cause
Cause I don't, cause I mean, I had, I've had different experiences with the chairs and. No, my job is to find you, that's my job.
I think generally within 24 or 48 hours, most chairs are gonna respond to an email, and if they haven't responded by then, they're gonna answer a phone call. It's.
That hasn't really felt collegial to me, boards want to do that to themselves. okay, that's fine, but that's not for me to say, it's like, you need to respond
It
to me
might
within
be-
24, 48
It might be in our
hours.
operating agreements, it doesn't necessarily have to be a hard and fast rule, but if there's a desire that in our agenda setting that the chair be available and responsive to any requested changes, I think that's perfectly reasonable to put on the chair as part of their,
Why not just move that
responsibilities.
agenda meeting until in that week before posting?
Yeah, when we did it, we were doing it every 2 weeks, we had a board meeting every 2 weeks, and we had an agenda setting meeting every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And rather than just doing the very next meeting, I got to the point where I said, well, I wanna see 2 or 3 meetings out, so that I'm sort of being a little bit further forward and thinking about my deliberations. The recommendation we got from the national person a year ago was basically the board should decide on one thing it's gonna work on that year. Yeah, we're doing all of our bit, but there's maybe one focus area that we really wanna focus on as a board. And then we should build that into our agendas throughout the year. And then everything else is basically rinse, wash, repeat every year. We got the budget in the spring, we got. There's certain things you just have to do every year, and then and he basically said, maybe add one and at most 2 things you're gonna talk about, big things that you're gonna try and get done on top of that, outside of that, as a board. And put those into, figure out over the year how you're gonna get that one big thing done. But yeah, the idea we're gonna have every single meeting 100% dialed in, no, that's not what I'm talking about, I'm talking about. If we are gonna have a priority for a year, let's decide on it early and figure out how to build it into our process. But generally, it's just gonna be a regular every 2 weeks we meet.
Yeah.
We set our meeting for the very next meeting and finalize it, and we sort of set the tentative for a few meetings out.
Also to answer your question, it's fresh, the meeting is just fresh, right? So when we hold it right after that meeting, then what was discussed, ideas, next topics and stuff like that are fresh in our minds for discussion.
But that,
Did you have something? Go ahead.
I think President Bolger, the facilitator, was gonna say something along with President Bolger.
Okay.
Which was, I think, waiting on saying something a while ago too.
Facilitator?
so that's the idea generating, but you meet every 2 weeks. Oh, no,
No, ma'am.
you meet monthly.
So we will meet usually, well, it depends on the board chair. We're meeting right after the board meetings right now. It
Okay,
depends on the board chair. Zach was board chair, he wanted to meet every 2 weeks.
okay. And how often does the
Back
board
then-
meet?
Back then, we were doing both a work session and a meeting every month, so we had a meeting every 2 weeks, so it made sense to do an agenda setting meeting every 2 weeks. This last year, we went to not having a work session every month, so there are some months where we only have 1 meeting.
Okay,
And maybe there's been fewer agenda setting meetings as a result of that change.
The point is that, to me also, is that it depends on the style of the board chair. Even with setting an agenda, one topic for the year that the board works on. Or the board's focus, or
right,
it could be one of the president's goals, it could be. How the board dynamics, it could be. Whatever the board chair, that's, to me, that's the board chair's leadership.
uh-huh,
The board chair wants to talk to me about it, I have lots of ideas about things.
yeah.
But that's the board chair's,
And you just put
Leadership.
an item on the agenda that the board chair wants on the agenda.
exactly,
But everything else on that agenda is college, or most everything else is college business that came through the process.
yeah, whether it's, high
So
school
if
connections,
one-
or it's. Partnerships in the community, or it's whatever, that's usually college type business, because we have to do some sort of report and presentation on those things.
Mhm.
Be
So,
prepared.
absolutely. So to keep track on time here, we are 23 minutes left in these 3 topics. And yeah, exactly, yeah, no, the thing is though, we actually are tackling these 3 topics all at once, which is actually a really, really good thing. We just have only 23 minutes left on this topic. So with that, I would love to hear from the from President as well as Jove, and then I think we should finalize the last bits here. President Olson.
I think President Bolger expressed a lot of what I was trying to say there. I don't think this is something that should ever really go into effect, because I feel like we're just limiting leadership styles of how the board chair can do things, as well as adding redundancies for reasons I can't see why, because yes, we say, oh, the board chair can stop something because he doesn't feel like it's ready, but who's to say that we're ever gonna hear why he doesn't think it ready, why he or she doesn't think it ready, because in board meetings, when we do adopt the agenda, everything's open to meeting, everything's public, all the board members who are in attendance can hear and see all the reasons for why something should be added, not added, that kind of thing. That is what I see as our officialization process that we have right now. That is the board working together to say, this is the final agenda that we're gonna tackle tonight. I don't see a reason why we would ever need to have another process where we're finalizing it beforehand. Because we already have a time when we finalize things. That is in the boardroom. We as a group do that.
So is it
So we'll-
possible, yeah, and
let's go to
then
Joe,
I'll come back to
Yeah,
Joe.
let's go to Joe
Or
and then we'll
Zach.
go to back to Zach and
A
then,
direct response to that.
okay, but okay, go ahead with the response.
Respectfully, I've been chair at LCC, I've been chair at other organizations, boards. This is a standard authority of a board chair. And as the person that's getting ready to run a meeting, you actually need to really understand what you're gonna talk about and how you're gonna talk about it, how long it's gonna take, where you think different perspectives might lie, so that you can try and potentially think of ways to get around those roadblocks ahead of time. The chair's role is actually really, really important. It's not just showing up and saying, well, who wants to talk now? A really good chair is gonna be thinking about how to facilitate this meeting effectively ahead of time. And most organizations across the country, this is how it works, is the chair has that authority. And so I get that for whatever reason, there is a fear that a chair is not gonna be available or is gonna be making decisions that don't serve the best interests of the college. But I really don't understand why. I don't understand where that fear is coming from. The chair role is important. And I don't understand why some people don't want to allow the chair to fulfill the role that they fulfill at every other organization that I've ever been a part of. And as it's laid out in our existing policy to set the agenda.
Trustee Finley,
Go ahead.
I just wanna say where my fear comes from. My fear is on the basis that the chair isn't here 24/7. The president and her cabinet, I see them every single day, not just in administration building, but on campus, speaking to students. They are the blood of the college, to say the least. Yes, the board chair is important. The board chair does very important things and has a very important job. But they don't see the day-to-day challenges. And I would argue even past board chairs that I've dealt with don't see the day-to-day issues that students are even coming to, and that's why I'm on the board. That's why I'm there. So these kind of officializations, these kind of, we need to see where the roadblocks are and that kind of stuff, yes, that's important. That happens in the agenda setting. When things out of the blue pop up, like say a program needs to be dropped or something like that, or a program needs to be added, that comes in last minute. Board chairs aren't gonna be able to officialize that, and we're worried about the board chair not being reachable because it happens. The board chair's not here all the time. The board chair's not on campus the entire time. Say the board chair has a family emergency and then the vice chair, who has been taking a very backseat position this entire time, is gonna be in the exact same position you just described with not knowing where anything's at.
These are hypotheticals that have never actually happened in practice. When it comes down to it, the people the board members and the board chair, they hear from the public, right? They're the ones that are answerable to voters. They're the ones that need to make sure that processes are transparent and well-run and not just get the job done, but have buy-in from both the campus community and the broader community at large. There are things that the chair and the board need to take into account that the president doesn't need to take into account as they're just trying to get stuff done. So there are competing interests here. And it's not just one way, if one person knows everything and the other person doesn't know everything. There are multiple constituencies that we need to listen to in the public. And it's important that the board and the board chair are able to take the broader community's interests into account, not just what's good for, the campus solely. So with that, I think.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to Joe next, and then let's go ahead and finalize what we wanna do next.
Yeah, I do wanna jump in, and
Okay,
give a little bit of word.
all right, cause we're at 22 minutes left on this topic, so on these three topics, so Joe and then the president, and then let's go ahead and finalize a little bit more about what we're trying to take care of. Joe.
I'm not gonna comment on response rates from board members, because that's, but 48 hours, I wish, I wish. But because responses are challenging, because we're all very busy. But I think 2 points ago, Michael was touching upon something that I think I didn't want to have it go unmentioned, because I feel like the language of consultation is actually very intentional to what Michael was getting at, is that if the chair is being investigated, or the president being investigated, you don't want either party to have the final veto. That's why the language doesn't say that, because if there's a conflict of interest, you don't have one person having that final. Yes, there are other mechanisms that you can have special meetings, but I think this language to me seems very intentional, so that you have that consultation, so that if one member, and these are not that hypothetical, to have a board chair or a president investigate, this stuff happens. So I think it makes sense what Michael was touching upon, that there's a point of that it helps with that, with preventing those conflicts, allowing that
Understands what you meant.
If a did I capture what you were saying?
Yeah, Joe, I think you did it
And
perfectly.
there
I
are already
agree.
processes by which people are not involved in processes that involve their own investigation, right? If there's investigation at the chair, they remove themselves, and then whoever is next in charge that's not also involved in the complaint would be the one to take charge.
But we're talking about putting it on the agenda. Right, so it's a step removed, so that's what I'm saying, is that's why you don't have a final say for either group, because if so that they prevent that.
That's not the case.
So
But
appreciate what
That's
you
all.
have to say. Yeah, no, thank you. We'll go to President Bolger, and then let's go ahead and focus in on the final action here, what we want to try to do here. President
So
Bolger.
I'm hoping that all of these thoughts can be captured to share with the full board. And I just had a reaction to language that was used by Trustee Mulholland. I just want to share that if you meant by saying competing interests, that the president doesn't really only knows what's happening at the campus, I would suggest to you that that is probably not the case. I just wanted, since you put it out there on the table, I just want to make sure that I share that I take this job very seriously, and I'm not being defensive. What I'm saying is that I spend a lot of time inside the institution and outside the institution, because part of my job is to be aware of what is happening at this college. And so so I'm not sure exactly what competing interests you're talking about, but my interests, I would say, are the same as the board's interests. My interests are the same as the board's interests, and I hope vice versa.
So apologies if I wasn't clear, but just to state that the board also has its ears open and its eyes open in the community, and we hear from a lot of people. Right, folks do sign stuff. And was not meant to denigrate your outreach to the community in any way. It's just to state that we also try to stay abreast of the feelings of the community at large. And in regards to competing interests, I think there are times that there are reasons to try and get things done fast. And then there are also reasons to try and maybe slow things down and get broader community input. And those two things are sometimes a conflict with each other. And so I think there are times where, the board is going to say, we need to slow things down. We need to hear from the community at large, not because necessarily we think that what's being proposed is wrong, but just that we think that we need a broader discussion about it. We need more people involved, and that's going to help get broader community buy-in, both from within the college and from outside the college. It wasn't meant to state that there are particular the desire to go fast and the desire to have really good process are sometimes in conflict, and we want to make sure we're doing both.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the discussion, and I appreciate all the viewpoints presented here. As far as next steps here, we were at first going through the language that was presented here. We were talking about the finalization language and if that is appropriate or should be addressed here. You made a recommendation that setting is not the right word and that the consultation and development language is the best language because that's clearer as far as definitions are concerned and so forth. When talking about finalization, it was asked about, what does that mean? And I presented a definition of before the posting of the agenda. And that is where we're at right now, is that the defining of what finalization means. We had some great conversations in regards to, is that a necessary step? And so for that, I want to absolutely appreciate those steps. There was counterpoints in regards to why that is critical, especially for the responsibilities of the chair who's responsible for facilitating the meetings, as well as, figuring out what is the work of the board that needs to be done and the time periods of which in which that work is to be done. So with that in mind, the document that was presented, I think that is a decent starting point for a recommendation. But I do want to lean on the facilitator of, is there an opportunity to put that finalization language prior to the posting of the agenda to the public? And what your thoughts are on that, or is there language that's better to reflect that?
I don't think this is ready to go forward as a recommendation.
I wasn't saying that. I was asking to get us to a point where we are finalizing stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying let's present this as is. I'm asking
We
for,
started to do that
Yeah,
and moved some.
exactly, yeah, precisely. Yeah, precisely. I want to try to get us back on track to finishing that work.
It is, if that is the member's recommendation, then yes, I think that language should be added to that. 4230, 4340, and to 2110 and 2210 and 2211 should be redlined.
Gotcha, 10-4. So, but your main thing that you're advocating for, or actually consulting us, is that the language needs to be the same in both of those languages.
Yes,
Okay, got it.
yes.
So
And
with
it's
that-
not that long that you have to refer to other policies. I would just put it in,
Gotcha.
both of them, but they both, the thing that caused this problem
Mhm.
is you had 3 policies and different language in the policy. I mean, that's not the thing that caused it, but
Heard.
the reason it couldn't be solved earlier
Mhm.
was because your policy said something different.
Gotcha, okay, so refer, the language there at the end of board policy 2340 should be refer to board policy 2210.
I think it should just say the same thing as 2210 says.
Gotcha, so rather than the reference to that policy, whatever that language is, okay, gotcha. So is everyone in agreement with the concept of agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair? Zach?
Well, I think we're still getting into some issues with what does consult mean? Because for me, consult means she's gonna talk to you about it, but she still retains the final authority. Unless we say somewhere else that the chair has the final authority and agenda setting authority, then then that's it. If develop and then consult and that's the end of it and that's the agenda, that's one thing. If we're gonna have, actually, you need to get the okay from the chair, do we need a different word to consult? And similarly on the chair's agenda setting authority, I thought setting meant finalize, so we needed a word other than set. Or we need to say for setting the agenda, including finalizing what's, posted.
Or just say final.
Yeah, then we should change that. Those are the 2 things we're getting caught up on is how do we define consult and just if you're consulting with someone, does that give them any type of authority or are you just having to talk to them?
Yeah, I think it's
Developed in
collaboration.
consultation
Yeah.
with, so it's not just developed and then presented, it's developed in consultation with, but you could add that second sentence that
Mhm.
says. Upon approval of the chair, agenda will be posted according to open meeting law.
Yeah, Principal.
That might solve the 2 matters. So it depends on the intention of the 2 members who are here. Does the 2 members here, do you want shared authority? Because if they're shared authority, it's in consultation with president and the board chair. That's shared authority. That's taking into account what Joe said about it reduces conflict of interest of any kind. You've got shared authority.
Consultation, oh, well, go ahead, no, I apologize, I
Okay.
interrupted you, I apologize, go ahead.
That's the in consultation with. So is the intention shared authority? Or is the intention to have the board chair have the final authority? If you figure that out, then pretty much you'll figure out the language. The board policy from the library means shared authority. That's the one from the library, from OCCA. Their intention, that intention is shared authority. No one person has all the authority. It's shared.
And I'll just state from my experience, consult is not that strong of a. That the president developing the agenda in consultation with the chair and the vice chair. It's putting the president in the leadership role and saying, yeah, I have to consult with these people, but. At the end of the day, it seems like the president is in charge and has final say. I think someone needs to have final say, and I would like it to be clear so that we don't have some issue where. The president says, well, I have the final say, and the chair says, well, I have the final say, and then no one has the final say. That's not what we want.
Just really briefly, consultation doesn't, as Oregon public meeting law, as Oregon ethics law is written as of right now, consultation doesn't necessarily defer or prevent conflict of interest, as it's written currently. But President Olson, go ahead.
This doesn't say she's gonna consult with, she says that, I mean, this, the OR. The Oregon Association says agendas shall be developed by the CEO, agendas developed in consultation.
In consultation
So the
with.
agenda is in consultation, not just it's developed and then there's consultation.
Mhm, yeah, gotcha. President Olson, go ahead.
I think that. I'm assuming that this policy that was written by OCCSA was written with lawyers and people who understood the legal understanding of words, what the precedent of that word is, and if you were to try that in court, how that word would be interpreted. And the choice of in consultation, that's what it says, correct? I believe President Bolger has given us a correct legal definition of how that word is being represented. And if we are in more confusion with it, then we probably should call an attorney.
Yeah, so in regards to, and we also want to just simply state that OCCA isn't mandating us a certain direction one way or the other. That all being said, I'm okay with the language of agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education chair and vice chair. So I am okay with that language. There's multiple reasons why I'm okay with that language, because there is that pre-work that happens and then there's conversation, which is the consultation aspect of it. It's the finalization part that before it gets posted to the public. That is the main thing that.
So you wanna add a sentence, is that, and that's what I've been hearing from the beginning.
Exactly.
You guys wanna add a sentence that the chair, upon approval of the final agenda, it will be posted within the time limits required by law.
Something like that, yeah.
From my perspective, that was already included under setting, but I'm hearing that that's not the case, so we should clarify.
Yeah, well, finalizing before the before it gets posted to the public, essentially is the agenda that's going to be going forward to the public. So that is it is a finalization dynamic, I guess, if that makes sense. It is what is going to be presented to the public. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, and that's. You guys are the ones who are gonna present this to the rest of your fellow board members as your suggested revision to this. And then language would need to be standard between all three.
Gotcha.
Or
All right, between two, exactly, with the
Or
deletion,
delete.
yeah, exactly, with the deletion of one, gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
I think we should take either 1D or the CSCC policy along with setting the board, setting and finalizing.
Can you repeat that one more time? And-
Say that again?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
We either take 2211's 1D
And 211 is 1D, okay.
or COCC's 9 part 6. And 1D.
Yeah, 1D, yeah, exactly,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no worries.
Or DP 9 part 6. And after the word setting or set, add finalizing or finalize.
This totally changes it. I don't think
Yeah,
we should.
Well, I mean, I think it's exactly the same thing. Well, written a different way, and it's actually, it's saying that the board chair in consultation with the vice chair and with input from board members, the president will set the meeting agendas, as opposed to the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda.
Why do you feel
It's
that,
the same thing.
why do you feel that that would change it?
Because this one says, puts the president in the same as all other board members, and it's finalized before it gets to all other board members.
Hmm,
With input from board members and the president. The president doesn't just have the input, the president develops it.
This is in addition to the president developing it. So from my perspective, developing and setting are two different things.
mhm.
So, you know, the preparation of,
But
The
does it
finalization
have a preface that the president has already, I think they're using setting there as developing the agenda.
I would need to look at the rest of their policies and cross-reference it.
Yeah,
But I don't think you can take that
What are
and
you
not
trying to-
say,
I mean, down here, it says the chair shall communicate regularly with the president and vice chair on matters that require board consultation, setting board agendas, and identifying issues that require the attention of the full board. And it says that the chair is responsible for reviewing the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meeting to
so
ensure.
then why do they have that up there?
Well,
What are you missing, Zach? What are
There-
you afraid is missing?
That's.
the entire thing we're trying to bring forward is the agenda setting authority of the chair, which from my perspective included a finalization mechanism. Yeah, so either our policy that says the chair sets the agenda, or Ben's policy that says that the chair sets the agenda. One of those two things should be the policy. And if set doesn't mean finalized, then let's say and finalize.
Can you, Joe, if you don't mind, read back the language, if you would, the language?
No, if you gotta pull up 2211. Yeah, let me.
No, the language, you didn't take it down. Oh, okay, so it's the language that, remember Debbie talked about that last sentence? And the first sentence was president and the board chair and the vice chair in consultation
Mhm.
would develop the agenda, and then that last sentence, Debbie actually mentioned, I don't know if you took it down, Debbie, if you can remember.
Did you write it? Oh,
Well, again, I,
go ahead.
Because it
It depends on-
gives the board chair, if that's what you're thinking and sort of afraid of, that the board chair will not see the agenda before it's posted. That covers it.
approve the agenda before it's posted.
Mhm.
Not
Well, then
see-
would say approve, and
not
if
be
that's what you
consulted
want.
by.
I did say it.
And she did say approve,
I said upon approval,
upon approval,
the final agenda will be posted according to.
right?
Okay, can we see the language in front of me, cause I'm getting lost.
Perfect,
We talked
yeah.
about like three things.
Totally, yeah, let's get that language up for everyone to see. And then we can better understand.
I was still thinking about how we're updating 2210. I hadn't even gotten to how we're updating 23.
All right,
Same, it would be the same, the exact. same.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and add 20 minutes to this agenda. I want to pull it off of the fourth agenda item. Any objection to adding 20 minutes to this topic? Okay.
So I think that captures what staff is concerned about, in your recommendation.
Can we put the changes to 2210?
Absolutely.
And the changes, at least that one bullet.
Yep.
Next to the 2340 changes, and we can wordsmith those together. 'Cause, I think we're talking past each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's a fair request to have the document up so that we can finish this work. So,
Do you want to look at GP 6 in its entirety right now, or no?
what's
Your
your
request
request?
later, let's just pull up 22, if we just get into a Word document, 2211D. And 2340. And then we can get the recommended, the draft language that facilitator mentioned around 2340. We can wordsmith that and then we can come back to 2210.
Thank you, Jeff, for putting this up and documents up.
You wanna bring up 2210 first or 2211?
Let's bring up 2211D and 2340. And again, we literally just need the last sentence of 2340 and 1D for 2211. Yeah, like a word doc.
2211 or 2210?
Well, but we're pulling the language, we're kind of pulling the language from 2211, so let's maybe use this bullet, this bullet as our starting point.
So we scroll down to D. So copy that language under D.
You can paste that into a Word document.
And this is just so we can be able to edit this. Good idea, creating a new document, appreciate that. Perfect. And then your other request was to take the language from
2340, the last sentence of 2340.
2340, gotcha. Agendas shall develop by the president in consultation.
This
So on,
one
so,
right
yep,
here.
exactly, yep, you got it. Well done, everyone. All right. So, as stated previously, I'm okay with the agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. In addition, the board may designate an additional member to the agenda setting meeting. So I'm okay with that language personally.
And then there was the language about finalizing and how we're gonna get added to this.
Yeah, that's what I was
Can
thinking.
we look at that now? Can we bring that into this now?
Oh, the language, the finalization language that we were talking.
Do that other document, the last line of the other document. You were just on,
Um,
the word, the Google Drive doc,
wait,
like our notes from this meeting.
let's see, we're talking,
You put it in a Word document, I think.
Yeah, it was, maybe it was the ad hoc one, which is the first one to the left.
see,
Oh,
let's,
no worries, oh no, it's all good.
developing a setting on
Wordsmith,
final,
real time.
final agenda will be posted, developing, setting and finalizing.
Copy and paste that into that other.
Thanks for doing all this, by the way, Jeff, appreciate it. Yeah.
Certificates are ready. Setting and finalized,
On approval and final agenda, setting and finalizing upon approval of the chair or something like
Yeah,
that.
it just starts with upon approval of the chair.
Okay, upon approval of the chair, that's the language you were recommending, right?
Yeah, and take off the setting and finalizing.
Yeah,
upon.
yeah, exactly,
That's what.
yeah, perfect, yep, good job.
On to the chair, final will be posted.
According to what the timeline,
Uh,
according to legal.
Yeah, according to,
Okay, accordingly.
well, let's see, what is it, Oregon, it's Oregon Public,
Meeting Act.
Oregon Public Meetings Law.
Oregon Public Meetings, Law.
yeah, exactly,
Oh, according to Oregon Public Meetings Law.
yeah.
Okay,
Because that's the law that determines what is the timeline in which you can post and also edit a agenda.
Chair, the final agenda will be posted according to Oregon Public Meetings Law.
okay.
So
So
just
the board would take action to add an additional member to the agenda setting group? Is that what that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be an official action because, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's already in policy. Currently
Yeah.
in policy.
Mhm.
It's never been enacted. But it's in
Okay.
policy.
Mhm.
Shouldn't it be like the chair will finalize, or is it on the approval?
Upon approval.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
chair, the
Yeah.
final
Give them the
agenda,
right to
comma, we need to
adjust
comma after
things.
chair,
Yeah.
and final agenda. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that that is the best route for what you're talking about. In my opinion,
Rather
Yeah.
than saying the chair finalizes and then it's approved.
yeah, upon
Saying
approval, yeah.
approved, upon approved.
Yeah. Yeah, so this says upon approval of the chair. That is essentially, yeah, right, as opposed to finalizing, which we would then have to define finalizing, right? I think that's what that language skips, is that upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted. According to public. Finalize, I think we would then have to define finalize.
Let's maybe walk through what the changes would be to the chairperson's role and then loop back to this.
Okay, in which case, let's see, what do you mean by that? Do you wanna see what?
Copy that. I don't copy.
Well, so for example, 2210.
Yeah.
If we pull forward the language from 2210.
Yep, and then, and remove the consult with the president and Board of Education meeting agendas and replace it with this language?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
What are we including for the chair's authority? Is it, and then how do we cross-reference it back? So. Right now, under 2211, it says the chair is responsible for setting the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure that the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations.
Gotcha.
What are the needed changes to that so that it gives the chair this finalization authority that we think that the chair has?
Okay, can you go back to where we have the language there, because we have that language from 2211.
the third bullet here.
Oh,
This is what OCCA has in 2210. So this
Yeah.
is what we would be replacing. So
yeah, it's that part right
This one
there.
right here.
Yeah, so we're gonna be replacing that potentially with this language from 2211, and let's have a conversation about what that language should be.
Okay, so to do that, would you like to copy the whole
Just that
policy?
bullet, just that one.
Just that bullet and just bring it back to that document for
So
edit?
that we know that that's what we would, that's what we're talking about replacing in 2210 would be with this line from 2211.
Or,
And you should delete that first paragraph or.
Well, no, that's what I'm asking
Yeah.
is in 2210, are we gonna replace this consult with the president, or should it only be consult with the president? And if it's only consult with, whether we choose the one from 2210 or the one from 2211, where does the finalization, president checking in with the board chair piece fit in?
So what I recommended was to take this.
The chair is responsible for facilitating the board meeting and the rest of it. You remove this, and that is this.
Yes.
So I still just am in disagreement around but if we want the chair to have the role of finalizing it, we need to actually say that. Them being consulted by the president does not mean that.
And
It's right
then,
there.
and that upon approval by the chair doesn't say that. You want finalization or? what
Well, I
do
would
you
just
want?
like to bring the setting language forward. I would like, is responsible for setting the agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure this policy. They're
I don't think you can put that up there and then right under it, say. Agendas shall be developed in consultation with the president, that flips.
the chair is responsible for finalizing the agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure that the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations.
can you repeat that one more time so we can write it up?
Them separate.
So replace setting with finalize.
I like them separate, Zach, because the proactive, forward-looking, value-added, that is a really important role of the board chair in itself.
Right. well,
So
if you're
separating
saying
that from,
setting the board agenda and facilitating the board meeting is how the board chair keeps the board focused on being proactive, forward-looking, and value-added. If you take out the things that lead to them being able to perform that duty, like them being able to perform that duty is based upon them being able to set the agenda and facilitate the board meeting. Okay. And so I think we need to keep that language of them setting the agenda. If you wanna change it from setting to finalize, I'm open to that.
Okay.
But I think that,
I don't understand why you wanna
Yeah.
have that in that paragraph and then right under it.
Yeah,
what is,
I don't
I
understand why
still,
you don't wanna bring to the agenda in one.
how about change develops to drafted? The agenda shall be drafted by the president, consultation with the board of.
In that second
Education chair and
paragraph.
Vice chair.
I-
So we're gonna replace developed with drafted and replace setting with finalized, and we're good to go.
Go ahead, President.
feel free to take whatever language you would like to the board.
Absolutely.
Please feel free to do that. I'm going to offer that developed is a much more in the spirit of shared authority. I'm gonna offer that to you.
Good.
You can certainly, what Zach is trying to do is, it seems, I'm just gonna reflect back to you, is to have the board chair as not in shared authority with the president. And I think that flies in the face of the whole consultative nature of developing an agenda. So that is me reflecting back to you, Zach, and I can see everything on your face. So,
Yes, let's talk, but at the end of the
oh,
day,
please do.
one person does need to have that authority, or a group of, or a subcommittee needs to have that authority. Like,
Right.
someone needs to be able to finalize the agenda and send it out and be responsible for it.
Oh.
Like, this is the agenda of the board. And from my perspective, the agenda of the board should be approved and finalized by the board chair before it being proposed to the board for this is what we're gonna talk about today. I get that others don't want that approval of the board chair and think the president should have that authority to put forward the agenda that after talking to the chair, that you think this is the agenda and that that's what the board should work with. Those are different opinions. I think the chair needs to be the one that finalizes it before the board decides to work with that agenda. Other people think the president needs to be the one to finalize it before it goes to the board to decide if that's the agenda. It's a difference of opinion. We can put forward a majority report and a minority report to the board and say, which one of these do you want to do? But from my perspective, there are really only three options here. The chair has the authority, the president has the authority, or a 3-member executive committee has the authority.
I see.
Those are the options.
So
Let's
what
just
you-
decide on one and just be done with it.
So I'm glad you mentioned it though, Austin, because
Well,
it does capture that the board does have varying thoughts about this. What I would suggest to you is that you capture what Zach is saying. You just said it very clearly. He thinks it's 1, 2, or 3.
Mhm.
Capture that for the board, so the board can hear that from this group.
100%, yeah.
And also capture what our consultant is saying about that second paragraph as well.
President Olson, really quick, let's let President Olson speak and then let's kind of, I have a few suggestions here, but go ahead, President Olson.
I'm curious as to why we think we need to have it where one person has the authority to adjust it. Why can't it be a shared authority between the board chairs and the president?
What happens when there's a disagreement?
It goes to the board.
Right, but which one gets presented to the board as this is what the agenda is that you're about to adopt?
It is an important question, yeah.
The board chair does that.
Yeah.
The
What we
president
argued about.
doesn't officiate the meetings, the board chair does. The president of the board chair could say, well, we had a chance to talk about this and I'm bringing this to the board. Because here's my thought, here's the president's thought, what would the board like to do?
I believe that
The board chair does that.
we already have that system in place.
Mhm.
So then there's nothing really wrong with the language of either finalizing or, well, other than we have to define what finalizing is, or upon approval of the chair.
We just remove that, the chair is responsible for facilitating the board meeting. Agenda shall be developed and that whole paragraph would be fine.
I think please don't delete it. I think we need this language about setting or finalizing within the chair's authorities, and we should reference the other one to say, you know, it's developed by the chair, but the chair has the final authority. And we'll take that to the board. If the board says, actually, we want to go with the president makes the final determination, or if we need some fourth option where it's, you know, both agenda options are presented to the board. Okay. But,
Yeah, that bogs down the meeting, you know, in terms
Yes.
of the dynamics of the meeting. I'm just, you know, trying to be helpful here. If you always are, you know, wrangling over what's on the agenda, then when does the board get its business done? So I'm always thinking about how can I make sure that I help with the board getting its business done? So I had a reaction there.
Gotcha. So I appreciate this conversation. Thank you, everyone, for the points that have been brought up. And what I'm hearing is a couple things. First off, that it does in fact fall to the board chair, even during times of disagreement. It does fall on the board chair to finalize the agenda. That's what I heard from you. And-
Well, I think what we were saying is that if there is a disagreement, that's what Zach said, if there's a disagreement between the president and the board chair. Board chair is fine, let's move it to the board meeting. Board chair says to the board, well, you know, would you like to have XYZ on the agenda? There is an opportunity to approve the agenda when things can be changed. And so the board chair handles that because the president does not run the meetings
Okay.
in any
gotcha.
way.
Gotcha, so there is, it's what I'm hearing, and please, I might be mishearing it, but the board chair has the final authority of what is on the agenda. Because, okay,
No, go ahead.
because even in a time period where there's a disagreement, that subject matter goes forward to the board. And the board can, if they would like to, amend, alter, and so on. Is that what you were hearing? Because that's what I was hearing.
Is that what you said?
Sort of.
I didn't hear that. from
Okay.
her, but I do think. That it's I can't believe this is such a huge issue here. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it because it's just not a huge issue at most places, but. I will say what I said from the beginning. It is the board's meeting. The person who is facilitating that board meeting has to have the ability to approve the agenda. It's his agenda or her agenda. Because it's for the board meeting, okay?
Yeah.
So, and I didn't hear you say that shouldn't happen.
No, I said it should happen.
Okay.
If there's a disagreement, Zach
Thank you.
said, if there's a disagreement, what do you do? Presumably, the board chair and the president can't work it out. I can't honestly imagine
me
myself in
neither.
any situation like that I cannot have an adult conversation with the board chair about what's on the agenda and what's not on the agenda. It's always about timing for me. It's not about, it's about timing. Preparation and those kinds of things. So that's what it's always about me, always about for me. And so that's, if the board chair really feels like they're in a position where they are not able to get what they want on that agenda, because the president is saying no, then you go to the formal board meeting. And you say, I want to add this to the agenda. And the board says, yeah, sure. Or no, and they vote on the agenda and it's there.
Especially that the board chair needs to be able to add that item in the finalization process. They shouldn't have to do it in real time at the board meeting. We entrust the chair to have that authority to add things to the agenda. If someone requests a motion get added to the agenda, the chair has the authority to add that to the agenda. And even if the president disagrees, sorry, this is the board's meeting, this is the board's agenda, and the board chair, as the person who sets up and runs and facilitates that meeting, needs to have that authority. Yeah.
And the president needs to have the right to say, we don't have any backup material or any information because this item was added after the agenda was final. I mean, you know,
Totally, yeah.
I
absolutely.
don't like to put the board in that position because
I know,
it
it's hard.
embarrasses the board.
I
I
mean,
don't like to embarrass the board. I like to be prepared because I'm a partner with the board
Yeah.
in running this and I run the college. I'm gonna delegate it to me to run the college.
Yep.
And I am in partnership with the board. So that's why I try not to do that sort of thing.
And
That's the
that-
board in that position.
and that shouldn't happen if
No.
the board chair has the ability to add an agenda item. hopefully the board chair isn't just gonna override the protests of the president or the reasons that the president is saying, let's don't add it right now, I need time to do that, but it
Yeah.
is the board's meeting.
So, so I have a few suggestions, like I mentioned, but President Olson, go ahead.
I think what you said about the board chair not overriding the president's protest is very important. And it sounds to me that the process that we're talking about, having this final just stamp saying this is what we're doing, feels like it's gonna be that. And that's what I mentioned earlier, maybe not with enough candor to make sense, but like the board chair basically tying the hands of the president, I think is a very big problem that can happen from here.
It's a huge problem,
Yeah,
but it means there's something deeper going on at the institution.
agreed.
But it's also a huge problem if it were the reverse, where the president refuses to put something on the agenda that the board wants, because it's the board's agenda.
Mhm.
So I think we build policies to ensure that that doesn't happen either way. And so that's all we're saying in this.
I agree. And I think right now, we have that shared power. The consultation happens,
Perspective,
yes. The president has told us, yes, that exists. And also that when was the last time that the president has added an agenda item and the chair straight up said, we are not doing that? And there was such a disagreement there.
I don't remember that ever happened.
No,
I think we should let the past speak for itself here.
Well, I mean, let's go back, right? There was a situation where I wanted to add a motion to the agenda and there was major pushback on adding that item to the agenda. It was ultimately added, but frankly, as chair, I had made the determination that it should be added to the agenda and I got a bunch of flack. Not necessarily from President Bolger, it was actually more from another board member that I got flack for trying to make that executive decision, right? So I just think we need to make it clear to not necessarily President Bolger, but to all the board members. That if you're a minority on this board, you want to get something on the agenda. You can go through the chair, or you can go through getting this minority 3 members to add something to the agenda, right? This is about us as a board working together properly and functioning properly and having respect for the roles and authorities within the board. Not necessarily because of conflict with President Bolger. And frankly, she's probably gotten put into the middle of conflicts between board members, right? And some board members are trying to tell her, don't put this on the agenda. Supersede the chair's authority and don't put this on the agenda because I disagree with it as a board member. When the board chair has made the determination it should go on the agenda. So, I think it's actually more for our fellow board members so that we're all in agreement that this is how things get added to the agenda. This is how the agenda gets set. Yeah. The president starts the process and then she works with the chair and the vice chair to finalize it. And then it goes to the public and then it goes to the board for approval and implemented. Yeah. So that we don't have people saying, well, I don't think you're allowed to do that, chair. I don't think you're allowed to add items to the agenda. I don't think you're allowed to say, let's take longer or shorter or delay this till the next meeting. Yeah. When they do have that authority. So this is more about us working it out as a board of how do we work together to get things done. It's not meant to be any type of a disparagement of President Bolger's work anyway.
Yeah, so in my role in chair here, I'm going to make a few suggestions here in that you can give the board actually some choices and options here. If we present both of these languages to the board, which is the chair is responsible for the finalization of board meeting agenda and facilitating board meeting to ensure that the board remains proactive, so on and so forth. Or the language, agendas shall be developed by the president in consultation with the board, chair of education, chair and vice chair. In addition to the board may designate additional member to the agenda setting group. Upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to public meeting law.
Well, those two things are not mutually exclusive. You could do those two things. I think the real question is between the first bullet from 2211 with the change from setting to finalize, or the bullet from 2210, which only says consult with the president. Right? Because I think that's, some folks just want us to be consulted.
I thought you were writing this second paragraph there for that bullet in addition to for 23. 2340.
I mean, hey, if we want to take that language, so In my reading,
Mhm.
the first paragraph is from 2211, and what
Yes.
I think we should put into 2210.
Yes.
The second, except for the last sentence, is pulled directly from 2340.
Correct.
If we wanted to add that to 2211. Okay, I have no problem seeing it in both places. I could also just see a reference to saying, reference this policy, reference that policy.
Totally, yeah.
Whatever you guys
Yeah.
decide on that.
Totally, yeah. Well, you as in your consultation said that having both of those languages in there clarifies it and makes it better.
Well, and it's just, it's right there. They don't have to go to two policies.
Right?
But you do have to remember to update both of them
Heard.
when
Well,
you.
what if? Okay, is there a reason to combine those two so that we then have them in both places?
Oh, yeah, so we can, well, my original suggestion was to have our recommendation to the board be that second paragraph there from board policy 2340 as written in both. So rather than that first paragraph there, that language there, which is developed by the president consultation. And upon approval of the chair before the final
And
agenda.
then you would entirely delete 2211's part D and just keep the bullet from 2210?
I would keep that, the chair, full part of that chairperson.
Yeah.
Right
Mhm.
here to the
Yeah.
very top. Not the finalizing the agenda, because I think it's covered in the next one, but I would say the chair is responsible for facilitating the board meeting to ensure the board remains proactive, forward-looking, and value-added in its deliberations as the first thing
Gotcha.
under 2210.
Gotcha, okay, gotcha. So okay,
And then
gotcha.
put that whole bullet,
Into
that
both,
as the bullet.
2210 and
Yes.
2350.
Perfect. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, thank you. That's really helpful there. Thanks for that clarification. So then that is going to be the new bullet 3. That top section there. That's the new bullet 3 for
Yeah.
2210.
With
And-
revisions.
The second bullet would replace consult with the president. The agenda shall be developed, that one.
Yeah.
The top one would just be the first thing of 2210, reinforcing the importance of the board. The chair's role in facilitating the meeting can't be overemphasized.
Yeah, understood.
So I think what she's saying is in the first, right here, Joe.
Right here. Remove this,
Can you redline it so it stays?
this and this, replace this.
As two different bullets.
Agenda shall be developed, replaces that one,
Oh, okay.
right?
Mhm.
And then red line, consult with the president on the Board of Education and bring that
Excellent.
second paragraph to that bullet.
Alright.
With the Board of Education, this.
That's right
Yeah.
down, right down
No,
there.
no, take that
Under
bullet down.
2210,
No, no, no.
2210.
just redline that,
That.
consult with the president.
Oh, this part, okay, sorry.
So you'd redline that.
Yep.
We would pull forward from 2211, the chair is responsible for facilitating. And then within both 2340 and within 2210, we would have this paragraph about agenda shall be developed by the president in consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair. I think we need something about, I know it says upon approval of the chair in the next sentence, but I think we need something about with the chair finalizing the agenda. So then it's, so it's stated very, very clearly that the chair is the one to finalize, and then upon approval, it gets sent out. But maybe I'm beating a dead horse.
Yeah. I literally think the language that I think that language is addressing what you're saying. I really do. But I hear. Let's see. I think what would be the best way to move forward on this. By the way, without objection, can we add 10 more minutes? I think we're close here. So let's add 10 more minutes here to this to finalize this. And then we can move on to the next one. So
I think
yeah.
maybe you take what Zach's comment is related to that upon approval of the chair, take that to the board, just so that they are aware of
Ask the
it.
question, do you feel this is strong enough? Because we feel it's really important for the.
I would keep the finalizing the board meeting agenda in the other sentence. I don't know why we're taking it out. I think if we say that the chair is responsible for finalizing the agenda and facilitating the board meeting.
Mhm.
And then in another sentence, and also in this other policy, we say that upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to public meeting law.
Mhm.
We're saying the same thing then,
Yeah,
though that way the words match.
is there,
The chair's authority and the agenda setting.
is there any reason why you think? Debbie?
Just because the only objection I have is just how it reads. Just to me, it's combining two things when it's almost like keeping two policies on the chair's
Mhm.
responsibility. You're talking about, it's confusing because you have agenda just thrown into the first one, but you have a whole
Yeah.
paragraph on the agenda. And they don't say the same, I mean, they say the same thing, but
Yeah.
not in the exact same language.
Gotcha. And what you're suggesting is that top language there is a part of board policy 2210 with that paragraph following it. And then that paragraph is also in board policy 2340, just to clarify.
Yes,
Okay,
but, and if you both agree, because you're the one making a recommendation to the board.
Yeah.
And if you both agree, and it's that important, then say that in the second paragraph, a second sentence of from 2340, say the chair is responsible for finalizing the agenda.
Before in addition, to have another like there, chair is responsible for finalizing the agenda.
So you make that statement.
Huh?
And you make the statement of your board meeting and say, does the board see why I would want to make this statement?
Well,
And let the
we're
board-
having a conversation
Yeah,
about what
exactly.
the recommendation of the committee is.
And it's, you're the committee, I'm not.
I recognize,
Advising.
but Kevin hopefully will have a chance to weigh in also, and if there's a minority recommendation that doesn't match what we put forward, that's perfectly acceptable.
I think so.
There'll be, room for that.
Mhm.
So, I guess I'll ask you, do we need to clearly define that the chair has the finalization of agenda setting authority somewhere in there beyond just upon approval of the chair, which I think is pretty weak.
Well, why do you think it's weak? Because I think it actually clarifies, but why do you think it's weak? As opposed, I mean, yeah, because again, with finalizing, I think we have to define it. And that, to me, is a decent definition. Upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to board policy. Why do you feel that's weaker? I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but I would love to hear that part.
Like saying that it's developed by the president.
Yep.
I think we just need to state clearly that with the chair retaining the final agenda setting authority. And then upon approval of the chair, the final. Maybe I'm being duplicative.
Okay.
That would, my preference is to spell it out as clearly as possible.
Gotcha. Do you think rather than develop, you mentioned this as a suggestion, agenda shall be drafted by the president in consultation with the Board of Education, which actually is like what's happening in the agenda.
Or just after and vice chair, with the chair retaining final agenda setting authority. Or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I think that it makes it clearer, and this is just my opinion, is that drafting is actually what's happening in the agenda setting meeting, is drafting the agenda. We're going over it. So you and I, Deb, we went through an agenda setting process together, right? Where we essentially had a draft in front of us. And we then worked it to how much time is going to be spent on each topic, what the formatting of the topic and so forth. All that was done in a drafting methodology. So I would say then agendas shall be drafted by the president in consultation with the Board of Education chair and vice chair. In addition, the board may designate an additional member. Sure. Upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to Oregon Public Meeting Law.
All right.
You can live with that? What's your trepidation? I'm hearing your trepidation. I really want us to obviously be comfortable with moving something forward.
Well, we're taking out the language that says that the chair sets the agenda, right? And I would think that we would want to keep in setting or finalizing somewhere. And then that way the upon approval of the chair is referencing this authority that the chair has rather than that authority being sort of unspoken or unwritten about officially.
What are your thoughts on that? Deb?
I would rather see leave developed in there because it's such a more comprehensive word and it's far
Understood.
more than just what we did.
Heard,
Okay.
excellent.
But
To address Zach's
if you
issue,
need finalized in there, that's what you should add, not change that.
Or setting in the other one, you know. In 2211, the language we pull forward, I think keeping setting or finalizing in that language is reasonable. And that way, upon approval of the chair is referencing that chair's agenda setting authority.
gotcha, okay. And so, and that's what you would wanna see in both, and those two paragraphs is what you wanna see in 2210.
With the red line part, not red line.
With the red line part, not red line. Can we go ahead and redline the,
Either finalizing or setting. Setting is the exact language from 2211, so we would literally just be pulling it forward
okay,
for setting the board agenda. Right, so we're pulling 2211 forward into 2210, and we're adding this part on 2340 about upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to Oregon Public Meetings Law, which we are taking to mean that the chair has that final agenda setting authority.
and then per your suggestion, that paragraph should be in 2210 and in 2340.
I think it should be the bullet in 2210, but I think it now kind of conflicts, so.
How so?
Yeah, go ahead,
Definitely could.
I think the other way it didn't, but throwing setting into there when it's not used anywhere else, to me, that's part of developing, you
Okay,
know?
got it. So would you say that that finalizing is a better word then?
Yeah, but I don't matter, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
If we added finalizing instead of setting in that
Yes.
bullet, are we good?
That to me is clearer than,
Okay, so let's change setting back to finalizing.
Okay,
Right, so the chair is responsible for finalizing the board meeting agenda and facilitating the board meeting to ensure that the board is proactive, forward-looking, value-adding deliberations.
Okay.
Then in both within that 2211 and within 2340, we have this bullet about how agendas will be developed by the president. Consultation with the Board of Education Chair and Vice Chair, board can add this additional member, and upon approval of the chair, the final agenda will be posted according to public meetings.
perfect.
And if that is all within 2340, we should probably include a reference back to 2211 or 2210.
that,
That's fine.
yeah,
Yeah, and you would, but you were saying your best practices is to have that language in both, but.
no,
Oh.
a lot of times there's references between policies, I just
Well,
felt like this is
Let's
going forward.
add both of these to both policies then.
I wouldn't necessarily think that the first paragraph would go in board policy 2340.
It's about agenda setting.
But. You know what, actually. You're not wrong.
I mean, we should, we should either cross-reference them all to each other, or we should have both in both places. Either one of them.
You're not wrong about both in both places. Have you seen that in other board policies where language like. Extensive language like this is found in the Board of Education Officers. Duties section. And also. Under, is it redundant essentially, or is it providing that additional clarity? Because where these two bullets would go is under the duties of the chairperson of the Board of Education are under 2210. And. yeah.
This is from 2211, right?
Yeah, well, the first paragraph is,
Yeah.
yeah,
I have something to add
Oh, yeah.
here that might help the two of you as you present this. For consistency and for no ambiguity, no misinterpretation of your intent when you take it there. I would suggest the chair is responsible for final approval of the board meeting agenda.
That's okay.
Then you have it the same in both places. Finalizing is an ambiguous word. And for the reason you gave an example, Zach, not too long ago, 10-15 minutes ago, you gave an example of a board member or two or whatever saying, why are you adding something to the board agenda? So I think, so what that suggests to me is that the board chair has to walk a line of acting on behalf of the entire board. At least acting on, thinking about the impacts of the board chair's behavior on the entire board. And so if you say, though, that the chair is responsible for the final approval of the board meeting agenda, it's the very same as the language that comes in.
So can we go ahead and write redline that essentially, so we're doing is redlining the board meeting and then making it final rather than finalizing.
Final approval is what I said.
Final approval, thank you. Yeah,
Is
final.
responsible for the final approval of the board meeting agenda.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So it's yeah, so go ahead, redline finalizing and final approval.
That way is there's consistency there.
Maybe duplicate it and redline another one, because I like this language.
Okay, so would you like us to copy it? Oh, yeah, so go ahead and copy and paste the whole thing. We'll put it in a separate paragraph. And because you want to see it side by side, essentially,
Right below it.
Yeah, just right below it. Fantastic. Okay. And then yeah, so rather than yep, you got it, Joe. Good job.
Approving the final board meeting agenda.
Yeah, approving, yep. Approving the final board meeting agenda and facilitating the board.
I think finalizing is more empowering than approved final agenda, and I would lean towards that.
President Olson?
Can we define the word finalizing?
Yeah.
Why it would be more empowering than just approval?
Finalizing and appears to include the ability to move things and adjust things, whereas approve seems to be like yes, no, rubber stamp.
Right, and I think that's where board members can be maybe a little uncomfortable with the board chair having that kind of unilateral.
It's not unilateral because it's consultation. Yeah, but anyway, go ahead.
I think what President Bolger did some of because yeah, you're saying in consultation, but you're also saying that the board chair effectively has all authority to change the agenda in any which way.
As the elected leader of the elected board, I think they do have that authority.
That's right, he believes it. So I'm so glad that you mentioned that because it's a belief that I think should be shared with the board. I'm hoping that that can be captured, Joe, in the notes because the board should hear that one of its members is really believing this. Has this belief, absolutely.
I still like setting over finalizing. Again,
I know,
I
you roll
think
that-
finalizing is included in setting, and I think that drafting is developing is basically drafting, but again,
I think it would possibly be helpful to have an attorney weigh in on the legal implications of the words that are being used.
that would make sense. And again, I'm looking at not just our policy, but COCC's and other boards where the chair clearly has the agenda setting authority. And for me, setting includes finalizing.
Yeah.
And that, if we use the word set, does that include finalization? If we use the word development, does that include finalization? Right, because again, from my perspective, development is effectively drafting and setting is effectively finalizing. And if we can't even agree that that's what set means, then now, let's replace with finalize. Well, now we need to define finalize, because apparently we can't even agree on what finalizing an agenda means.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me
Yeah,
It
that we
might,
can't just accept that, the
it might, but
Call it retro.
that's very different.
Yeah.
People are very
So
different.
it is, and
so go ahead, yeah.
well, I mean, I would not to put Zach on the spot, but Zach, you keep referring to Bend,
Mhm.
Central Oregon, and several other policies don't do that. And so I would look more towards the CCO, the Community College Association.
I looked at what OCCA did. I've cross-referenced it both with our own policies, with other organizations' policies, but also with policies from the private sector and with other local governments, right?
But those don't really
Respectfully,
matter.
if OCCA puts out a recommendation that's not good, we are not obligated to accept it.
No, but it's in compliance with accreditation standards.
That suggests that our policy that's been in place for 50 years and Central Oregon Community College's policy that's in place currently does not meet those standards, which I
No, but
believe that it does.
I'm not saying that, but
Okay.
other college policies that say in consultation or consult with meet the policy. But you keep referring to that one as if it's more important, and that's why I'm just wondering why. I mean, it's a question.
I think there are certain things that, we've had this long discussion.
Yeah.
There were a couple different options put on the table.
Mhm.
From the examples that I did a deep dive on, that I personally did the deep dive, Central Oregon Community College's policy most closely aligns with both our existing policy and with what this group has said that it thinks is appropriate. Which is that the chair has agenda setting authority.
I don't believe this group has come to that consensus.
Respectfully, we have two voting
Wait,
members.
wait, no, we're stopping this part of this conversation.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
You guys are the voting members.
Yeah.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I was saying you should go ahead.
Yeah, so we're stopping that part of the conversation here because I want to make a suggestion here. I think there is a possible way to move forward here, which is. In regards to the finalizing language, I'm not necessarily seeing that we need that language. But that being said, I don't want to deter the board from having this discussion either. And getting that recommendation from this ad hoc. So with that, I would maybe recommend that we present the 2 paragraphs in both policies as one suggestion. And then the language below that you're advocating for, or sorry. Let me rephrase this. So the chair is responsible for approving the final board meeting agenda and facilitating. That one gets a second paragraph of agendas shall be developed by the president. So go ahead and copy and paste that language. Yep. Put that below. Because I think we are in consensus that paragraph. Like, we're good with that paragraph?
I think we're okay there.
Okay, cool. So we are in consensus
Unless
that.
it get that, and if that ends up being the only paragraph, then I might want to word some.
100%. Yeah, no, totally get that. But now we have a first paragraph. Thank you for doing the options there. Appreciate that, Joe. You rock star. So with the 2 different types of language here, which is the chair is responsible for finalizing the board meeting agenda.
Setting/finalizing.
Yeah.
One or the other, I don't really care which one.
Okay, we'll use finalizing.
Please put setting/finalizing.
Setting/finalizing. Okay.
Do that earlier.
Oh, fantastic, cool, yeah. Alright, thank you, cool. And then, so that's option 1. Option 2, chair is responsible for approving the final board meeting agenda and facilitating, so on and so forth. Agenda shall be. So those could be 2 options for the board to discuss, debate. And finalize as a board policy. Now, this will be brought forward as a discussion item, not as an action item, because the board needs to discuss this first, is my assumption.
This is added to the changes that you already made, right?
Yes.
And
That's what I heard.
Yeah, presumably we would be pulling forward all the other language from 2211 into 2210. The one part we had not talked about that had not been pulled forward was around the representing the board outside parties. Piece, and we wanted to pull forward 9C also into 2210.
9C, okay.
2211.
and then 2211 would be.
86, that, yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Yep. Okay,
Yeah, so we'll need to spend some time outside of this meeting, getting that document together that includes all of that stuff.
Okay.
Which will be an update to the document from a year and a half ago that Brett so.
understood. President Bolger, was there last, cause I agree with that next step, so but President Bolger?
Yeah, 9C, the chair may represent the board to outside parties in announcing board stated positions and in stating chair decisions and interpretations within the area delegated. In your mind, what does that latter part mean?
It aligns with the one voice policy.
No. What I'm asking is. What I'm asking, I hear multiple interpretations of the one voice policy.
Okay,
The one voice policy. The one voice policy could entail getting the board's thoughts about what the chair ought to say. If that is not what you're going to recommend to the board,
what is that language, that line, yeah, go ahead.
this is ambiguous. It suggests that the chair could say, it says in stating chair decisions and interpretations within the area delegated. It's both ambiguous and confusing. I don't even understand the area delegated.
The chair may represent.
Authority of the chair consists of making decisions on behalf of the board. I'm reading 9. The authority of the chair consists of making decisions on behalf of the board, consistent with any reasonable interpretation of board policies on governance process and on the board president relationship, except where the board specifically delegates portions of this authority to others. So we have C. The chair may represent the board to outside parties in announcing board stated positions. That makes sense to me.
C does. Yeah.
That
Or all of
part
us,
of
for
C.
the person, the
That
part of this.
part of C. Because the board, it appears to me, in interpreting this, the board weighs in on what the chair is representing. The second part, and in stating chair decisions and interpretations within the area delegated. Well, that means that the board, to me, that the board is delegating to the chair that we want you to make decisions related to what we're delegating to you for. And you make interpretations
What that,
related to what we're delegating to you.
understood, yeah, but that's referencing and stating the chair's decision. The chair is still a board member and has a certain vote on a decision, and they can be able to communicate what that decision was and why.
I've heard that from you.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that the way I read it, it's ambiguous. If it says what you're saying and it says clearly to me at the end, within the area delegated, which means delegated by, which is not here, it's not mentioned, delegated by the board. It seems to me that that is what comes at the end of that sentence and it's just not written there. Does that make, I don't know, I'm raising it because it's
Yeah.
ambiguous.
Well, okay, I'm confused. So my concern was that basically this just got dropped in the previous drafting attempt of trying to move one for the other. Is there concerns about this language or is this language okay?
I'm raising ambiguity in the language, that's all.
So, well, let me repeat what I think I heard and then we can, so my understanding is that a board chair might speak from 3 different positions, right? One is on behalf of the board related to board decisions that the board as a whole has made. And that is, they are given that authority here to represent the board to outside parties and announcing board stated positions. Okay, and then another role that they have is that, okay, I'm chair, I have made this decision as chair regarding agendas, regarding whatever process, and that I can say why I made that determination as chair, explaining the decision as a chair. Separate and distinct from that is I am chair, but I also am an individual board member that has my own personal opinion or viewpoint on something. And that basically it should be very rare that really any board member, but especially the chair, says, well, this is what my opinion is. And if they do state that it's their opinion, it should be very, very clearly stated that it is their opinion and that they are not speaking on behalf of the board as a whole, that they are solely speaking for themselves. But as chair, it should be pretty rare, if ever, that you are saying, well, this is what I think, even if the board doesn't disagree with me.
Doesn't one of your policies have that speak with one voice?
Yeah, it's a one voice policy, which,
One voice, but that has to be looked at also and what the language is.
So this, because this means this right here is all subordinate to this right here. It's within the area delegated to the chair by the board.
Right.
It's underneath this. It's all about what the board gives to the chair as its authority, as the person's authority.
Where did the
clause that
clause
go
together here in?
So then the one policy on collective, what do you call it, the one voice policy? Um.
So yes, they are allowed to state board stated positions and they're allowed to state chair decisions and chair interpretations within the area delegated.
Only within the areas delegated to them to make.
And part B talks about the part where the chair has no authority within ends and means and has no individual authority to supervise or direct the president. The only place that they get to make interpretations is within, board policies related to board business. That they are
If
limited.
it's
but not
delegated to
limited.
them by the board. If it's delegated to them by the board, if it's not,
Would you feel better if it just said by the board?
I definitely would, because
That's an easy fix.
probably that latter example, it's just for the board to kind of grapple with, that latter example that Austin gave. And Zach gave is, well, I can, as board chair, say that I am not board chair. I'm not board chair, I'm saying this on behalf of myself as a board member.
And that's a national
Are-
best practice.
Are they allowed, I mean, makes sense. I think best practice is that you should never do that as any board member, let alone as chair. You shouldn't say, well, this is what I think, that's, those other people are dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you have that right as an elected official to say you think everybody else is wrong,
Yeah,
but it's not, definitely not best practice.
I'm okay with by the board and that language being added there. And it is, a board chair can make interpretations of like, so yeah, we had certain board members who made this argument, certain board members that made this argument. The board has decided and that's what we move forward with. Like, that's under the interpretation aspect of it. So with that in mind, I am okay with by the board.
Sure, all of that.
Oh, no worries, no
One
worries.
voice policy, I don't remember where that is, I should do
But to me,
research.
And I apologize, but I do want to take my role as chair very seriously here, which is that I do believe that adding by the board would help solve some of the issues that was being discussed. And I think we can move forward with that language.
But I guess the other part
Yeah.
of this is the in opening clause of 2211 also says that the chair assures the integrity of the board's processes and the only person authorized to speak for the board. So we want to pull that only person authorized to speak for the board language forward. That would be the other part they got.
Okay. Gotcha, okay. Can we go ahead and do that as opposed to the one language or one voice policy in research? Yeah. Just,
That's fine, except one voice, I found it, and it speaks of something else, so that's fine.
got it, okay.
Sure, we need to.
So 9C, I'm just gonna add that note here and share for you.
You can pull forward both 9C and also the intro sentence so that we, both of those right there.
So it's here, 9C, delegated, and then we're gonna say by the boards, what you wanna say things there.
In green or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you want that first part of this part up here.
Further up, all the way at the top. Very first sentence, the chair, that sentence didn't get pulled, so that would be the other one to potentially pull forward that had been.
Here you want to put this in some note, so we have context. Oops, let's go down one. Here. This is all part of 21, is this 2024, what it
Just
just,
pulling part of 2211 and 22.
it's 2011, thank you, I'm gonna try that's the word.
Yep, totally, yeah. Do you want that to also, do you want that to be in both options or do you want it to be a separate option? So do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying,
This was just a question mark from my mind from a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
There were sort of two things that seemed to be getting dropped
mhm,
in translation from bringing 2211 into 2210. So one was the chair's agenda setting authority. I think we've had a good discussion about that.
mhm,
The other was about when and how can the chair speak on behalf of the board?
Mhm.
And I just wanted to make sure we pulled the language forward and it didn't get dropped.
Got it.
I don't necessarily have any wordsmithing related
Yeah,
to it. I
Gotcha.
wanted to make sure we didn't
okay,
lose it.
yeah.
But deleted the old policy.
That makes sense, yeah. So with that in mind, we'll go ahead and add that section, in the options, like, so you know how we have the two
Yeah.
paragraphs there. One has finalized, one has, different language there.
You want it, is it part of each one will have it optional, will have that in it?
Exactly.
Will have it, so
Yep.
a subsection, okay.
Yeah, exactly, a subsection of that. I think that would be the best way to move forward with that.
This is.
It's a
Additional.
different section.
Additional.
So we go to the original 2211.
2211. This is nice, see, it's.
Appreciate you being involved with that, Crystals.
Yeah. Second that.
Just,
It's this sentence up here that we're talking about. This,
You said bring over this too.
this one. Bring over what?
You said bring over this too.
Oh, everything that Brett had included, so all of this. And all of this should also be brought forward.
oh, gotcha, okay,
And so, but, so this happened.
All of the 11 is going to two, all of this is going to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the stuff that's in green,
right.
all of that stuff will be brought forward also. Cause it's all
Yeah.
totally non-controversial.
exactly, yeah, cause yeah, it was with the language that was brought over in, so, okay, got it. Great, now that we covered the easy stuff, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I remember you said, yeah, I wanted to remind you of it, but anyway. Thanks for letting me joke with you on that, alright, so we have a next step.
Probably
here.
be totally done by now, sorry.
We have a next step on that one, which is given the 4 choices and options. I love being able to do that because that gives the opportunity for debate and discussion around language and so forth. And I think that'll be really beneficial and will allow for a fruitful discussion. At the discussion item in the next meeting. Now,
So just to go back for a second.
Go back for a second,
So
go ahead.
we're gonna take. We're gonna take Brett's recommendations from a year and a half ago.
Yep.
And we're gonna have 2 versions of the policy. Or 2 or 3 versions. We're gonna have the original policy of
Yep.
2210
mhm,
and 2340.
Yep.
We're gonna have recommendation A,
mhm,
green line, red line, and recommendation B, red line and green line.
Yep.
That's what we're giving to the full board.
correct, for discussion and for a decision to be made at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I can review documents and make sure that the documents say what we all just agreed to.
Agreed. Yep, excellent. Joe, do you have a?
No.
Oh, sorry, no worries, no worries. Don't do that. I'm kidding. All right, we're now moving on to board policy 4350. All right. An area where there has been a conflict in this one is under the construct of substantive changes. And so there's a couple different paths we can take with this, including defining what substantive changes mean. I think that, well, actually, you're the facilitator, so I'll let you facilitate this process. I will say in my role as former president of OCCA and having advocated for language and having spoken to individuals that are in leadership at the legislative level in higher education, what they are wanting is, especially with the laws that are currently existing, is that the public gets a chance to, and their publicly elected representatives get a chance to discuss significant changes. And there's multiple reasons for this, ranging from, direction of the institution, effects to local workforce and economic factors, to availability of education within their communities. And they specifically, I will say also, I've also advocated against policies and legislation that would have created more of a draconian kind of oversight from the legislators, as opposed to the decentralized model that we currently have as boards, and that we can make these decisions. And so yeah, just that's kind of my background with this. And what I would just simply state that we either need to define what substantive change means. Actually, that might be a good starting point. What are your thoughts in regards to this?
Do you not wanna go by NWCCU? I mean, yeah, you guys are Northwest, right?
Yeah.
Their substantive change definitions and requirements for board reporting and college reporting. Do you want another definition?
Well, from my understanding is that the boards per the NWCCU can be allowed to define what substantive changes is. They're not saying that you have to do this in order for accreditation, from my understanding of their decision.
Well, I mean, just to say where I think
Yeah.
the issues have lined up. NWCCU has a definition for substantive change that they use for, this is what they consider substantive change. And here locally, we have a choice of, do we adopt the same standard? Do we adopt a higher standard? I think where the main place that sort of there's been pushback is around the ending of degree programs. Specifically, there might also be a question around some non-academic programs and when and how and if the board should get involved in any non-academic program decisions. So from what I've seen, the NWCCU substantive change definition does not include the suspension or termination of a program. But they do have a process for suspending or terminating a program. And that document where they outline that process says right in the beginning of it that any decision to close a program should be carefully considered by the governing body of the institution, which is the Board of Education. And so I would like us to actually have a discussion about, like, qualitatively, how do we do that effectively? How do we do that? Looking at what others have done, I think it's maybe Southwestern that has a really good policy on this, where they basically say that, the closing of degree programs should get approved by the board before getting submitted to HEC. And that each year the college should have a report on these are all of the degree programs that we offer. And I actually thought that looked like a really good model that we might follow. That, just as we vote as a board to approve the creation of degree programs, we should also have that check-in before a program is sunsetted to say, yes, this seems like the right decision and that a good process has been followed to arrive at this decision.
And that is actually explicitly lined out in the ORS's, more specifically 350.0753G. And actually, just in all of section 3, actually, because it's the granted authority to prescribe the educational program for the district. Prescribe is obviously different from substantive, but it essentially is referencing the core governance responsibility assigned by the statute. So yeah.
So there are rules, and the college is in compliance and following the rules. We follow the Higher Education Coordinating Commission rules, we follow those, and we follow the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, we follow those rules. I want to emphasize that. I think it's come up at a board meeting and it was perhaps suggested that we don't, but we do. And that's part of my job. It's part of my job to make sure that we are in compliance. I get a lot of those emails, actually. They include the presidents on those emails. They do not include the board, which actually shows you where that authority, responsibility, I'll call it, lies. It's because they don't include them. They include the president on it. There are the policy library. Debbie, I think you've taken a look at the policy library. Does it include anything about academic programs? And please keep in mind that the chapter that this is part of is chapter 4, and it's on academic affairs.
Yeah.
Academic affairs policies are generally, tied to the academic affairs operations, the responsible administrator for anything related to academic affairs, chapter 4, human resources, chapter whatever that is, and other chapters are in the hands of responsible administrators. This section 2 really is, I'm the responsible administrator person. And those are the board's policies, chapter 2. And I'm the responsible administrator. The responsible administrator is the academic affairs vice president in this operation that we have. Then we have one on student affairs too, don't we, in the chapters? They're named, I think, Jill, aren't they?
Yeah.
And so that would be our vice president of student affairs. The reason I mention that is because the person who's responsible, the responsible administrator, knows a lot about these policies and what the processes are. I would say that we have done some work to take a look at policies at other institutions, and they are not the same. They're not the same. They're just not the same. And so Lane is not unusual in that way because they are not the same. They're not. Now, if the board wants to specify, for example, what you want the college to look at when it thinks about closing a program,
So,
then say, you could say that. I want you to look at employment and data on wages or data on
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
a variety of elements that you could say, we want to make sure that you look at those kinds of things. But we are bringing these recommendations to you. We should use some criteria. The board should expect that. Absolutely. I expect it. The board should expect that we have some criteria that we're looking at when we bring it to the board. Then you go through the process of public comment, where the public has a chance to weigh in on those programs. And that's what we do as well. So that's what I would say. I don't know, Debbie, if there's anything that,
I think,
Well, very, very briefly, it is under academic affairs at PCC and it's under academic affairs at Chemeketa. So it is under those chapters. They have different chapter numbers, by the way, but that is under that. There is a delineation, though, of the faculty, senate, and administrative dictate curriculum content, outcomes, and course content guides, because that can be under, collective bargaining agreements, freedom of education and so forth. There's a variety of things that are operational, of course, that is delineated. This is about the board approval of the program development and or elimination.
yeah, I no question.
Cool.
I did not say that it didn't exist.
Okay.
What I meant to say is that it's mixed. There are colleges in the state, including Lane, where that does not occur. That's all I'm saying. It's
Right.
not consistent across the state, which is why probably we don't see it in the board policy library.
well, I looked at a bunch of colleges and I did finally a Google search, and Lane's the only college that came up with the title that you guys use, the program,
Substantive change.
what is it?
Substantive, major
Oh, no,
substantive.
not substantive change. I was looking at the whole policy.
Okay,
Oh, what is it called?
Global direction
Global
or
direction.
something like
Okay.
that.
yeah,
Okay, substantive change is very well defined by most institutions, and I think everybody takes care to try to not make it be subjective. Make it more objective,
Right.
Look at criteria and they give all kinds of different criteria, like, if something started to say, does it meet it no longer meets the mission of the college. It doesn't result in a living wage for students. We have a competition with a nearby college and there's not enough growth in the industry to support both programs, and ours is under enrolled. I mean, there's all kinds of criteria that colleges can use to discontinue a program. If you don't use some very objective criteria, then it comes down to emotions. And that invites a lot of emotions at the board meetings from people who graduated from the program or are still in it or, and part of the reason most colleges do have that the board gives a final, that it comes to the board and the board approves it, but a lot of things that come to the board for approval, the question the board is supposed to ask is, did this follow our policy? And is the recommendation in line with the policy? Okay, and
Got it.
that's why,
Excellent. Let's go ahead and do discussion. Was there anything you, Chris? I just want to make sure. Okay.
And so just in my initial research of what some other schools have done, some other schools have tried to define when a program no longer meets the standards and sort of give the so that pre-process before it comes to the board, this is what the board thinks that process, the metrics that it should hit. And therefore, when it does come to the board, that we can say, yeah, the process looks good, you met the marks that we were expecting. And yeah, so I know it sounds like there's maybe not a ton of pushback in the idea that the board should have a role to do it, have a check-in before a program gets phased out. It's making sure that we have policies in place such that when it does get to the board, we know what to compare it to say, does this process look good? Do the numbers look right? So that it's not us just being like, but him or criminal justice or whatever it is, it seems like it might have a future that maybe if we do something differently. Because I think that yeah, there was some concern around process this last time. That was one of the things I got hung up on was did the people that need to get talked to early enough where the metrics clear, and had some concerns in those areas. So I didn't get to do as much of a deep dive maybe of cross comparing some of those policies I've seen at other colleges with our policies to say, a program is no longer meeting our standards if, post-academic, post-graduation wages aren't good, or minimal enrollment drops to a certain level. So it might be that we just need to do more research and have a longer conversation about what other colleges do in this space to define how and when a program should close. Just so we have a better sort of idea what the lay of the land is in Oregon with regards to other colleges and how they're handling that particular question. I definitely think that closing a program seems like substantive change to me, but it might not to others. But yeah, that's definitely the case where, yes, we should have clear standards so that when it comes to the board, it is not based upon emotion, but is based upon was the process correct? Do the numbers seem generally right? And go from there.
and can I just say,
Yeah,
because
totally.
I didn't say this before, usually the board's role in even creating the policies for that is to just say the board expects the president to develop a process for program discontinuance. And the president comes back to the board with the policy and the board approves it. Or the process. The board doesn't get involved in you do in asking questions and making sure that it covers everything that you want, but you don't develop it. But once you approve that, then it's up to the college when they do bring a recommendation for program discontinuance to show you in their presentation why and how all of the steps were followed and how they arrived at that conclusion. And I say all this on my experience based on what the law is in California, and program discontinuance does go to the board.
Yeah.
In Oregon, does program discontinuance go to the board?
Not by law, not go to the
Not by
board,
law,
not by
but-
law. So we actually here at Lake, we inform the board in a report of any program changes. We have informed the board of that. Of program changes. The reasons that the two programs this last year, got garnered so much attention is because they were part of the overall reductions in expenditures that we were making. That's why they attracted so much attention. I think that this is a huge opportunity for the board to, and if you want, the board can ask me for, what are your recommendations for how this policy could be written? So that it actually assists the college in fulfilling its mission. College's mission as we're moving toward the vision that I presented in my goals. It's all about moving that metric on poverty, getting more people to a livable wage job, and pathways out of poverty, whether that's going to university or to other places. The board can help with that, with that global direction, we'll call it. The global direction, because it's setting a new direction, a new kind of direction for the institution. That can be part of a policy. But asking the president to develop a process or ensure that the college has a process, I think is helpful. Because this process here, this institution right now, today, August, whatever it is, 17, 2026, is an iterative process. I came in 4 years ago with a certain kind of process where the college was in its history, and we are actually further along than when I came in 4 years ago. So for the board to check in with the president and the administration about where we are in our process, I think that's an incredibly fair question, and that's the kind of support that we could use from the board.
ORS 341.290, which is under general powers rules, it says prescribe the education programs.
Yes,
Yes.
but
Yeah, so two thoughts.
You know, what it means.
I had more to my thoughts, but
no, go ahead.
No.
Because there is a but in that, because. And I went back and looked up the RS2, and there's other ones in there that say not more. Your rules are vague, okay? And do you really think the board can prescribe the educational programs without the college being involved in the economic outlook, the wages, the jobs,
I never
I
advocated
mean,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, respectfully, I haven't advocated that, yeah,
No,
our
but-
policy says approve all major, approve, that's an
Approve.
approval process, yeah, exactly.
No, but
yeah.
it said prescribe.
Yeah, prescribe,
How can a board prescribe? I mean, there's an implication to me in that you're doing it together with the college. It's nobody independently of each other doing.
The HEC policy book under prescribe and their definition of prescribe
Uh-huh.
is for the opening and closure, or to starting, closing, and pausing of programs.
That's right, and it's really what the board does is delegates to the president and the
Right.
administration of the college, and that's what we do. That's why I said that any HEC reports come to the president. I see those. They don't go to the board in any way. They come to the president about that. So if you're in compliance, you've done your reporting, you haven't done your reporting, I get all of those.
Understood, and I'm really glad you get those emails, and and our responsibility to the community, to the district, to the people and so forth is to be able to go through an approval process of these major changes.
Absolutely.
Exactly, yep, and to make sure that the interests of not only the institution, but of the community too.
Right.
So yeah, so like for instance, I mean, so we I would judge their decision to do this, but we closed down a respiratory care program right before a pandemic. Where a major respiratory virus occurred. Yeah, and that was a decision though that was made by the board and so forth. It was brought back also by a decision from the board. And I really appreciate President Bulger with creating the partnerships to allow for this to happen, but then we approved bringing that back. And in my personal opinion, better than ever, because it has the data, the education and experience of a major pandemic respiratory virus. That all being said, that is in the purview of the board, both on a fiscal responsibility and fiduciary responsibility for those approval things. And that doesn't seem to be debated. But what does seem to be debated is that substantive change aspect. That being said, if we were to change the language to not include substantive, because that is subjective. Approve major changes to college mission policies and programs under section 1. Because approve major changes. Major changes can be financial. It could be things around the mission, purpose, so on and so forth. And in this first sentence, it's all about all major academic programs, vocations, technical programs of study, degrees, certificates, and diplomas. And then we approve major changes in those college. Like I said, the mission, policies, and programs.
I think, if I could just offer,
course.
do we have only 15 minutes or less than?
Well, actually, for this topic, yeah. We're working, we're kind of combining a few things with the next steps here. But yeah,
Oh,
we
I see.
are, exactly, but we are on policy.
Can we add 30 minutes to this today, or are we done at 5?
I am more than, can we, okay.
I just
What do you
need to
guys think?
send a note. I was supposed to zoom in on another board meeting, but I'll just send them a note. that
Okay.
I told them I might not.
Okay, gotcha, okay, 10-4.
So I have some follow-up questions, so. Yeah, again, I think, it says we approve these programs, but I think we approve the creation, but I also feel like we need to approve the elimination of these programs personally. And, so my understanding, just if you can help clarify for me, President Bulger, is that the college has a process where it has a portfolio review process where every year some number of academic programs go through this process. Can you describe that process a little bit more in a little more detail?
You want me to describe it? Tell me why. I wanna kind of at the end of the sentence.
I guess
Okay, help.
the question is how many years?
Sure.
Cause it's a rotating process, or not every program gets reviewed every year, is that correct? That a few programs get reviewed each year on like a 5 or 6 year.
What's your
rolling
question?
basis.
That's why, because I'm really trying to understand, I can be more clear if I understand what you're, like, why, what you're getting at, sort of what you're.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand, I'm trying to get a little bit better understanding of our own processes. This last year, we had the 2 particular programs came to us out of the 3-year, the 3-year fiscal management plan discussion. As opposed to my understanding, as opposed to going through the standard portfolio review process that they would normally be subjected to. And in this state of sort of heightened fiscal concern, these programs didn't make the cut. But I'm wondering, how did that process differ from the standard process we have for that rolling review process? Is something that's been on
So
the mind.
the way I will respond, and it's not going to sound like a direct response. But the way that I will respond in this is that it is incredibly difficult to make decisions about academic programs. It's incredibly difficult. If you have a suite of 100 programs and all of those programs are in, say, if you had a category called viable. If you are in budget reductions, it's incredibly important or difficult to make decisions about all programs in a viable column. You've got to have some sort of criteria in order to make those kinds of decisions. You're making it just incredibly difficult. Where I think the board fits in is saying, President, we want you to make sure that you've got a process and that it's a transparent process. It includes input of faculty and students and whatever the board might want to say. That's sort of policy level. And then you bring, if you recommend programs for us to approve and sunset, then we want to do that as well. And that's what we'll do. But you leave the process to us so that we can make sure that we're really respectful of the entire college community within these processes. Like I said, these processes are involve a lot of different stakeholders, I would call them, inside our college, and we have to be really, careful because we're working with the people that we need to work with. So that's where I would say that the board can be really, really helpful. So what I'm saying is that change the process or recommend, if you want to recommend to the board that the board changes the process. And if you want us to, I'll offer to give language, because I think we're going to be meeting again. So give language around what those changes could be for your consideration.
So clarifying question of what you just stated, that's essentially the shared governance process, right?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Can you explain that?
Yes, I can, because our college governance process, if that's what you're referring to, has responsibility for policy and planning.
Which
No decisions about academic process.
in the planning aspect?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you for answering that question. I got you. Go ahead, President Olson.
Do you have this one?
I think,
Southwest Community College.
and I think President Bolger was saying this, that things. The process is built by the college based on the policy that they have access to, correct?
The policy is sort of the what?
Right. So the process
the
is
how.
built from what policies you guys have access to and the ways that other colleges do it, but they have to stay in line with our policies.
Yeah.
I do believe that it's important that in this policy, maybe we are a little bit more directive of the specific things that we want the process to include. But I think involving the board so deep in the process can get really problematic because we've given the college and the president the directive and delegation to operate the college. This is very clearly an operational thing. So the more we take from the operation basket of president and give to us, I don't see why. Clearly, we're upset with how the process was done about, so let's change the policy so that the process has better guide rails, I think.
And well, just really briefly, my answer to that is that we also have a responsibility to the public. So yeah, what you're describing is very efficient for sure. And it's and there's arguments to be made on that regard, but we also have a responsibility to the public, to the stakeholders to review and to authorize these changes, right? That's where it comes into play. As far as the academic let's see, like the curriculum, the content, the outcomes, and the course content guides and all that stuff, that is all in operations 100%. And that's not what the board is doing. It's approving that after all that has gone through a process, right? And I think we're in agreement with that the board had that right to approve that. And yeah, is it late in the process that we do approve that? Yes, because there is a lot of work that's obviously gone into all of this. But the final authority of approving or disapproving a recommendation does belong to the people.
The people, I care about the people too. And so I am beholden to the students and communities we serve.
Mhm.
I'm beholden to them. The board and the president share that. We are all beholden to the students and communities we serve.
Yeah.
We are all beholden to that. Where it starts to impact the college in a way is when the board, I will say this directly, when the board is not specific about what it may want to see. When the board is more specific about what it may want to see, then it's giving direction to the college. We take care of what that process is and carrying it out.
The board already approves the creation of degree programs. I personally think it would be reasonable for the board to approve the deletion of degree programs. This policy from Southwestern Oregon Community College, that last line under statement, new, deleted, or substantially changed degree programs will be endorsed by the board prior to submission to the HEC. This is what I would be looking for, is to, just as we're given responsibility to approve the creation of a program, that we would be given the opportunity to weigh in on the closure of a program this way. So that's kind of where my brain has been heading. Our facilitator mentioned that BP 4020 that they have, if you are able to pull up BP 4020, has more to the on the ground
The
sort of
procedures.
how you as the administration would perform that review. But it does leave that final check-in to the board. Which I think has been past practices at Lane Community College. That the board has weighed in on closing degree programs prior to my arrival here. And so I don't think we're gonna have time to get to it today, but I think this is one option for potential draft language. Would be to look at what Southwestern has done regarding the closures of programs and. I would love to actually, have that little bit deeper dive on how others are doing what you described of. What is the board policy related to program curriculum closures? And then. Looking at our already existing portfolio review process. And my expectation is that it's already meeting. Pretty good standards for how that review process is being done. I don't feel like I know enough about it. But my expectation is that that process is already a good one.
So, I don't have heartburn about your recommending to the board on any of this. I have none. In San Diego, because I was working under Ed Code and so I would get up at the podium, Vice Chancellor of Instructional Services, I would get up at the podium and I would say, this is what's happening to these programs. We had already put them into the board packet. Does the board have any questions? No, the board has no questions. So I did all of that. Here are the new programs, here are the programs that are being sunset from all these institutions. I did all of that. It was not an extensive presentation for the board. I just want you to know. It was not an extensive presentation. As the board thinks about our board thinks about doing this work, and it is an inconsistent practice here at Lane. It's inconsistent, not in board policy, so it's inconsistent. As our board thinks about doing this, the board should weigh, the board should weigh how much time this is going to take. There are changes happening to programs all the time. What I have Shelley doing, Dr. Tinkham, the Vice President of Academic Affairs, is making sure at the end of the year, there is a report that goes to the board. I don't know if you see it in the information reports, but it's there. There's a report, and I instituted that. I said, the board really should see what's happening to the academic portfolio. And I said, put this in the board packet at the end of the year as an information report. So we have been doing that. If you haven't been looking at it, it usually happens in May, June time. That has been occurring here at this college. So if we add in program suspensions or closures have been happening in that document as well. That's been occurring as well. If you want to specify something different, then let's consider that, and I can bring you some language about that. But what Southwestern has, to me, what it says is what we've already been doing, which is putting a report into the board pack.
We go back to 4019.
So it just means that it's not official until it comes before the board. Make it official, we put it into the board packet.
So
Now we
there's
can make it an action.
two different things from 4019. One is about the report and one is about the board endorsing the closure prior to submission to HEC. And I think that's the piece that was missing from the process this year, is that the programs were submitted to HEC for elimination prior to the board being made aware that those programs were slated for elimination. Right, so I think that's the order of operations thing here that we've gotten wrong, is that the college went and submitted the deletion of these programs to HEC before informing the board that these programs were being considered for elimination. And so that sentence from that board policy is one of the ones that I think we could and should consider. And You know, so that's one, that's, you know, so for the board's process, that's what I'm interested in is, you know, every time we have a new program, we spend probably, you know, 20-30 minutes over 2 board meetings, we get a presentation, and then at the next board meeting, we vote to approve the new program.
In a consent agenda, yeah.
And I'm really just saying that the decision to close a program is also very important and should be given at least some type of comparable time by the board in considering those decisions. You know, so maybe it's not the exact same amount of time, but like half as much time, 2/3 as much time. I'm really looking for, you know, 15-20 minute presentation and then a vote the following month. And I get maybe that's hard, but
Well, I think you should make a recommendation to the board for that, and I'm saying to you, I'm okay with that. I would also say that this is Southwestern's policy. This is not Lane's policy.
I
We did not violate any process with regard to PEC. I just want to make sure, this is recorded. I want to make sure that the world knows
And I-
that we did not violate any processes of this college or policies of this college with respect to the process that we used. We did not.
Yeah, and I was
This
very
is
heartened,
Southwestern's
I was
policy
very-
and not Lane's.
I was very heartened to see in the HEC findings that we had dotted all of our i's and crossed all of our t's with that process, because I had concerns at the time. So I'm very happy that HEC confirmed that we did meet all of the standards we needed to with the closure of that. And it seems like, so 2 separate things. So one is the question of, does the board have that check-in moment prior to the submission to HEC? Separate and distinct from that, Southwest, and it sounds like some other community colleges around the state have policies related to how and when and why the college, through its own internal processes, should recommend the program for deletion. And I think that's maybe an area for some additional research between now and when we meet again, is how others are handling sort of that aspect of it.
Well, if I could just say, the how, when, and why, please leave that to the college, to the president and her team. The how, when, and why. If the board wants to say, which would be very bold and strategic for the board to say, we want the college to look at programs, you know, to prioritize mission fulfillment, livable wage jobs, and maybe a few other kinds of things. That would be a bold move by the board. Because the board would say, this is what we value in what we offer to our community. We want our people to not be in poverty. We want them to have economic mobility and vitality as an individual and as a community. That's just a bold statement. And so that would be the policy. And, you know, go ahead and include that you want to approve all of any programs that are new, and any programs, you know, to sunset or whatever we use it, suspension, whatever we use.
I'm gonna bring us back to the existing language here in this board policy 4350. And what I'm hearing you say, Zach, is that this is all covered under this existing policy with include all major academic, vocational, technical programs of study, degree certificates and diplomas, and approve major substantive changes in the college mission policies and programs.
Well, I think the issue that we run into
Mhm.
is how do you define substantive?
Yep.
Like if we're relying on that verb, then we have issues, right? You know, if the verb that we are questioning is approve, and does that include both the creation and deletion of programs? That would be another way of interpreting it in the way that I would think would make sense. But if we're gonna use the substantive as the thing there, we should directly reference substantive change is defined as substantive change defined by NWCCU and closing degree programs prior to submission to HEC. And then I think the third part we haven't even touched on really is, you know, there's probably a handful of non-academic programs that if they were closed suddenly without the board being given some type of, at least informed, but some type of decision-making prior, where the college community or the community at large might say, you know, how did this happen without you ever, you know, having a chance to weigh in on it? Specifically the health clinic, I think, sort of hits that mark. There's other things, sort of like the printing program, where it's sort of like, I don't know if this quite makes it. So the two things that I thought about prior to getting here would be, you know, how long has the program been around? And how large is it for those non-academic things? Is there a handful of programs that have been around a really long time, you know, minimum 3 years, and have substantial budgets, like minimum $250,000, that we should also say, yeah, if this long-term thing's gonna get shut down, the board should have some opportunity to, you know, weigh in on that proposed closure. And so maybe that's an opportunity for us to bring back and have a discussion around where should those lines of substantive change lie? You know, how do we define it specifically? Or do we pull this language from Southwestern around, you know, specifically approve the creation and elimination of degree programs? How do we make sure that the board has that check-in point? But I think at least a couple board members think it is reasonable to have that check-in point. This last year, we had a majority of the board that asked for standalone votes on those program closures. They ended up being approved at the end of the day. But, you know, a majority of the board said, yeah, we do want to have a presentation and discussion on these particular degree programs. And we should make sure that if that's an expectation of the board, that before a program is gonna be proposed to head for deletion, that they're gonna have that check-in prior. Anyway, that's something I think is worthy of a board discussion.
Heard. And it, under that second paragraph, approves major substantive changes. It just says programs. Does not necessarily specify academic programs, just programs. What are your thoughts in regards to this conversation we're having as we move forward? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanna point out a couple of things. The Oregon Association doesn't have a program discontinuance policy,
Mhm.
which shocks me, but they do have an AP
Mhm.
under, and I encourage you guys to look at that, okay? It does not say that it has to go to the board, but it does say development of a plan for discontinuing the program. Will review, with review and input from, and the board is one of the groups listed in there,
Mhm.
okay? That's one thing I would point out and ask that you look at. And the second thing I would ask is, I would think you would want some kind of legal opinion on this, because it's a glaring, I mean, it's almost the opposite of what they say in what the board's authority is to prescribe programs and services. And then don't say anything about, because you're basically prescribing that you're not gonna have it, you know, when you discontinue a program. So it surprises me that there's not something in law that or ed code. And I looked at the references, especially, and the other thing though that I do want to point out is, so that means that your BP 4030 is one of your old policies that you rolled it over from the.
Yeah, we have 4350. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 4350.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I looked up the OAR that's in there to establish an honorary degree for non-academic learning. And I think I went to the site and it talks about certificates of completion and form of recognition awarded to community colleges for meeting minimum occupational course curriculum or proficiency requirements, etc. So even if you keep this, maybe you would want to update some of the language in it, you know. And also the other thing I would say, you're a subscribing member institution to OACC. I would ask, why don't we have one?
Yeah,
What should the policy be?
That's a good
on
one, Jill.
Program discontinue.
Let's
Yeah.
add that. So AP administrative procedure, which means that actually it is the president and the college. And there's a reason for that. You want to give the institution the maximum amount of flexibility with you setting some guidelines about what you are wanting to see in the fulfillment of our mission.
Right.
And you could be very, very helpful as a board when you do that.
And so,
Otherwise, we're gonna create all sorts of programs.
and that, for that reason, I say you might wanna look at states where it is required by law that it
Mhm.
goes to the board and look at some of their policies, because the policy should be that you're telling the president that there needs to be a process set, but you can also say some things that you want to be included in there, like success rates and,
Oh,
data.
yeah,
and,
this is
you know,
huge. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, success
it
rate.
is huge.
It's huge because student success outcomes and equity and all of those things that we all care about. The board has a role to play in all of those areas. Like I said, livable wage jobs, the board has a role to play. Making sure that our programs are meeting some metrics that we define. But the board says you gotta have some metrics, President. The student success outcomes, being fair and equitable to all people who take courses in this college. It's huge. Have you seen our data? Our data shows that we have inequities. It does. Now, I care about this, and I'm the president right now, so I am leading efforts to pay attention to that. But it would be huge for the board to do that. So we can look for some language from some other states, Deb, maybe can help us.
I can send you a few that I found, just in trying to find it, but.
Well, the basis of this policy is about oversight and fiduciary responsibilities of the board in approving, closing, so on and so forth, right? And I think that is the key aspect that's being discussed, and one of the major debates is that. So it sounds like we need to bring this to another meeting, a future meeting, which we can do. And yeah, I would be really interested in that language and so forth. But I think most of the language is here that we would need for some of the things that I've been hearing in this conversation. It's just that there might need to be some definitions. That's my personal opinion, but that I'm seeing like solutions to the problems that have been brought up in this language. But anyway, yeah.
So yeah, I have some questions regarding next steps. So with our first set of board policies, I think we've arrived at a set of steps that we can actually present to the board at a future meeting of option A and option.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so then the other things we were supposed to discuss today, the really big one was around this substantive change issue, and does that, does the board have a check-in point on a program closure? It seems like we've opened up a whole nother can of worms around what is the college's existing processes, and how should the board at a 30,000 foot level set, this is what we would like the process and the criteria to be for creating or maintaining a degree program. So that's probably the area that I think we probably need some support of. What do these other colleges do to assist in that? And so that's I think probably the heart of the discussion for next time is, does the board have a check-in point, and is the SWOCC or some other community colleges policy worth looking at to sort of cross compare? And then the other is the 30,000 foot direction of have a review process. The one other thing we did not get to today is the conflict of interest piece. So if that's something we want to come back to next time, I'll leave that to our chair to lay out without a facilitator about how to deal with that. But it sounds like we've dealt with the first three policies.
Yeah.
And we're getting pretty further into the second set of policies, and then we've got some questions and some research to be done.
It was not a part of our agenda setting process to include that policy.
Yeah, I know, that was added.
That was just added. I can't speak to why it was added and so forth, other than the NWCCU thing. But that being said, my next step as chair is to report back to the board, in a report to the board, what we discussed here, what was some of the conclusions as of right now. I would love to hear feedback, obviously, that's good. And then we're gonna meet again under board policy 4350.
Yeah, I mean, I would keep it brief.
Of course I am.
I think there are certain, it sounds like once we work with Joe on having the draft A and draft B ready, we'll be able to take that to the full board.
Yeah.
And we can have a recommendation around it. frankly, I think it would be worth our while if we meet again before that meeting to have Kevin here.
Okay.
And if he wants to put forward like a minority report alternative, then that would be his prerogative to do so. If there's time before that September board meeting to do that.
Gotcha.
And then, so I would sort of focus just on getting that in front of the board and teed up in front of the board and saying, we have additional discussions we need to have related to these other items and look forward to reporting to them in the future with potential recommendations, assuming that we want to move forward with the first set of recommendations now.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, keep in mind that they did not charge us with a timeline or anything like that, quite frankly. The major time period that I am wanting to be cognizant of is how much time we have with our facilitator, obviously. And one of the things that I would like to see guidance from the board is if they would like for us to tackle that additional policy of the conflict of interest.
Let's put it at the last thing to work on. If we get done with all of this stuff regarding substantive change, and we're like, yeah, let's dive into this next, then awesome. I have not gone to dedicate time outside of this meeting to doing additional research on that yet. And I don't have a particular direction that I'm thinking that we should go.
Okay.
So let's finish the next meeting,
Okay.
and then let's maybe build in a half hour or hour
Okay.
to talk about that.
Okay.
And maybe not aim to tackle it at the next meeting, but
Okay.
at least surface any issues that we think are needing to be surfaced, and then we can set some next steps from there regarding that.
Recommendations noted. All right. We'll do a doodle poll then to figure out another time to meet. That will be our next steps to further discuss board policy 4350. And with some allotted time of conflict of interest, which is 2710. So, yeah, all right. With that, any further final comments? Let's see, let me just make sure I got all this stuff here. So I don't think we have come to a conclusion if we present at the September 2nd or the October 7th board meeting. But I do think that we need to meet once again before September, at least that's the suggestion. So we'll do a doodle poll for next steps, right?
Do you want me to send any sample policies from other states or not?
I would love, any research you have or I would like more information rather than less as we move through this process, and the more I can cross-reference what others have done with what we're doing, both on a qualitative and also on a quantitative basis, that's all very helpful. But yeah, especially qualitatively, seeing what other colleges have done is really.
I think you'll need it too for conflict of interest, for sample policies.
Yeah, we do have some stuff in our policy related to these. Yeah, I think that.
This one from the OC.
So that's from WCCU. So yeah, we should definitely cross-reference our own.
This is Oregon Association. Knows that.
Oh, it references WCCU.
Standard.
So yes, we should definitely look at our own policy and the OCCA policy and the NWCCU standards all next to each other. And if we have an opportunity to see what some other community colleges have done, that would be super helpful as well.
I feel that though a lot of community colleges they're pretty much tied in with Oregon Ethics Commission as far as, because the adjudicating power to determine if there actually was a conflict of interest is the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, right? So their rules and policies is the determining factor of if there is a violation of ethics. Oregon ethics law too. Oregon.
It's the ethics, well, we have a,
And
the board
conflicts of
has
interest.
its own
Yeah.
policy. With regard to that, it's where you have what the board does if it believes that a board member is outside of that.
But even conflicts of interest though are determined if it's an actual conflict of interest, if someone violated a conflict of interest,
There
it goes
are
through.
two types,
It goes through OJAC.
the two types that the board signs every year. There are only two types of conflicts of interest that fall under that.
Proceedings.
But this one is about, this is a more expanded definition of conflicts of interest, is that right? Debbie?
Is it,
This right here, I know that the
No,
Northwest
this,
Commission
yeah.
report mentions other kinds of potential conflicts of interest, so that's
Oh,
why I
wow.
thought we were having a discussion.
Oregon law doesn't define campaign contributions as potential conflicts of interest, and we have a handful of board members that think that it does. And,
Doesn't, yeah.
you know, so there was the accusation that those are, that some board members are compromised because they've taken political contributions. And that doesn't match up with Oregon law. And so if we want to have a standard that's higher and above Oregon law, then we need to have a discussion about what does that look like and how do we enforce it as a local board?
Yeah,
Because I don't think it's clear at all how we would go about doing it.
yeah, because it even references Oregon government ethics in here in regards to. Yeah, conflicts of interest and government ethics, so anyway,
Do you have your ethics policy and your conflict of interest policy?
so this is a conflict of interest policy, which states that board members and employees shall adhere to the state laws relating to financial conflict of interest and government ethics. So again, referencing OJAC.
A lot of colleges do combine the two, but
Mhm,
Oregon Association does two separate.
mhm.
We do have a policy that says we're supposed to abide by like the highest ethical standards.
Exactly, yeah.
Do you have that one for reference? It's the one where it talks about how to censure people and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is 2711. Yeah.
2715 is.
Or 15.
Well, no, you know what, it might be in yours, this is the model.
Oh, gotcha, yeah, I think it's 2711, because yeah, that's the one where censure, investigation, and so forth. But that being said, even that is referencing board policy 2710, which references state law, essentially. So, anyway, that just, I mean, those are obviously initial thoughts, I would love to have a discussion, obviously.
If you're gonna look, I would suggest if you're gonna look at code of conduct or
Conflict of interest.
conflict of interest, you look at your ethics standards of practice too, together, because they really go together.
Heard,
No.
And a lot of colleges put them together.
heard, okay,
Just the last point. I don't feel like we necessarily need to rush the recommendation for the other board policies we talked about today. Like if we wanna take the time so we can present it all together as one cohesive whole. I'd rather do it right than.
I agree.
Than I'd rather let's make sure that what goes to the board is something we're really proud of. And supported by as much research as we can. So and if we need another meeting so that we can bring it all together forward at one time, I think it might lead to a more successful board discussion. I agree that if we just bring this one off and then say, oh, we'll bring you other stuff later, and it'll be better if we have it all together.
100%, yep, I completely agree. All right, anything else for the closing? All right. Thank you everyone for being here, thank you for the discussion, and thank you everyone for those who are watching.